returning subscriber. Loyal to the Red
Holy
Legion.
shit, Guru! Welcome back.
Fasten your seatbelts. It's gonna be a bumpy ride.
Guru up there. How you doing, Rufus? How we doing, Rufus? Is audio quality good? Audio quality's good. Hope audio quality. When he doesn't mind giving my challenge command a little. You guys hearing these come across?
Oh, hi. So, how are you holding up? Because I'm a potato.
Guru does like potatoes.
2319! We have a 2319!
Alright, we got ad break coming up soon. How we doing over there in YouTube land? All right, ads are up. What's happening, folks? Red here, doing my very best to come down off of the CitizenCon hype, because I tell you what, there is a lot of really awesome stuff they covered. Being there in Manchester was fantastic. Great experience. A lot of networking opportunities, a lot of other content creators that I got to hang out with, a lot of other people just from the verse. The Red Legion folks, we got our own little meetup on Saturday night, as everyone else was a little bit quieter. Messed around with that. So, yeah. Really jaw-dropping stuff that they released, and I'm excited to talk about all of it. Specifically, a couple of things that are going to be important for us regarding org tools, base building, like player own shops, and some of the endgame content that we can expect to see out of Star Citizen 1.0. And yeah, that's exciting news. Number one, I'm also cautiously optimistic. This was a lot more show don't tell this time around than previous events. I'm gonna just mute the game audio. So it was a lot more show don't tell. We got to see more of the actual kind of the gray box stuff, and stuff that they showed as like pre-production still looked freaking phenomenal. So obviously their pipelines are working. So is everybody hearing me okay? Everybody hear me all right? What I'm going to do is I'm going to actually pull up, I've got a photo album that I've kind of assembled for the CitCon experience, just as far as being there, hanging out. I tweeted about this, but I really do feel like CitizenCon is what I imagine the Bobaverse, like Bob Moots, to be. When all the Bobs get together as a big group. Sound check good? Thanks, Geraldo. Hey, Nightster. So yeah, let's go ahead and start digging into some of this. So from the top, this is as soon as we landed in Manchester. I say landed. We took a train from London up to Manchester. Met up with Ucomic, The Real Sandig, SG166, and we had lunch at Wama something's. They've got a lot there. I had a Thai chili margarita, of course, and then got to meet Expat Brat. That was awesome. We had a nice, cozy hotel room, a little corner office with a view, and then it was out to mingling for the Thursday night event. So there's myself, Expat Brat, the Dark Law, some guy pretending to be TV Liquid, the Nubifier, Penguins Plays from the Bar Citizen group, and then, of course, Hankin out there at the end. Ucomic and I were wearing matching shirts. I'm wearing this tonight because there is a 4.0, there's an Alpha 4.0 like Evocati test that might happen tonight. So, we might be doing that. Zero State, Trigger Switch, one of our fantastic Saber Raven Owners Club folks. Ulf Kirschner, and then Cat Goddess, aka Pico in Space with her Picos. Again, this guy pretended he was TV Liquid the whole night. We got Morphologists. That's pretty cool. Dark Law, Expat again. And Aaron Roberts and some of the high-end devs from the studio. I got Brian Chambers there. No, this was actually just the Bar Citizen mingling like Thursday night. So it was open to everybody. You had to register to get in, but it was free entry. And yeah, pretty awesome. Tint from the racing there, and then I actually did find TV Liquid hat and glasses. The bar closed down, they kicked us out, and so TV Liquid, Eggs and Bacon, Trigger Switch, and I all went and found ourselves a nice pizza place in Manchester that was open till 4 a.m. And met some of the locals who taught us how to call someone properly a fucking dickhead. Nina and Lucas. They had the best time meeting someone who looked like Seth Rogen. And this was, TV, Eggs and Bacon. I'm not sure who farted here, but everyone thought something was funny. The next morning, the almost full English breakfast, I've been informed it was missing the black pudding, but it had everything else. The tomatoes, the mushrooms, the sausage, the hash, and beans. And then Mrs. Red had, she had herself eggs Benny. And, of course, repping my Straight Outta Stanton t-shirt as this happens. Went over and we were just stalking outside the Manchester studio and happened to see Mark Gibson, who was coming in from his lunch break. So, snagged him for a photo, and those were the front doors. Yeah. Hey, Attic. The sign out in front, pointing, and then, of course, Mrs. Red to prove that she was there on her own. We went to the Sackville Gardens, which isn't like a huge tourist destination, but it does have a memorial for Alan Turing, the father of modern computing, and some interesting messages about prejudice and acceptance. So I thought it was a great opportunity to go and pay a visit. So then we walked over to a game store where the nerdiness went all out. So here we had Croncy, who is teaching Zero State and Meyer how to play the Squadrons tabletop card game. So it's a competitive, like, fleet battle game. One of the local game stores there was generous enough to offer their location for the Squadrons folks to demo. They are looking at getting officially licensed through right CIG.
Smack bottom.
Hey, what's up, Soul? Croncy again explaining the rules. Zero and Meyer duking it out. They've got, the 20-sided dice for certain, like, dodge checks and stuff. And yeah, let's make sure I haven't timed out here. Got it, Bob. Okay. And then Croncy needed somebody to play against, so he and I battled it out. I got a little bit of advice from the peanut gallery there, but I ended up winning. So, yeah. Later on, hey, you can see me like 4 times, the like kind of mirror thing here. I didn't realize that before. Got ready for the Saber Raven Owners Club meetup prior to the Friday night Bar Citizen. So before the con even started, we've already had 2 Bar Citizen meetups. We had it at an arcade bar, and that's me and Mark Gibson saving the world in Time Crisis 2. So that was awesome. Played through the whole thing. And then, the folks from the Saber Raven Owners Club, I think this is all of us assembled that were there. We had a handful of others that were kind of in and out, but that was our Manchester crew. So, awesome times. Hey, Rico Zaid. And then the pre-registration line. Yeah, Ogden called the lab. Nice. So we went to the pre-registration just to get our tickets and stuff, the wristbands and our goodie bags, because I did not want to have to deal with that in the morning. Ran into Bognagus from the Mustache Riders, one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. And then Mrs. Red and I, budgeting our bar experience. This was our little hotel bar with our kind of morning breakfast setup, so yeah, caught in the act. The Friday night Bar Citizen was a handful of restaurants and stuff all on New Wakefield Street. They actually shut down the entire street for the event. And met some familiar faces. Yeah, the Kraken. I've got Kraken. She had her vodka. M4 and Ben Q that they actually presented me with. I didn't have a picture of it. It's upstairs. But Salmiak, they got me the world's strongest Salmiak, which is like a salty licorice. I've never tried it before, but I'm gonna be trying it on stream Sunday morning so they can appreciate. Because right now it's like middle of the night for them. Darginator and Radar Ranger. You bastard! Hydrate! Darginator and Radar, who are both regulars. And the Captain's Table podcast, Radar Ranger from the My Radar app. Darginator does modeling for JRDF, so the 3D models they end up printing. And Stim Citizen, one of the smoothest voices you'll see. He's one of the members of the Yacht Club. Jake Acapella, Ian, who presented on the location Starchitect stuff, and Charlie, one of the other CIG devs there. Smelly Bean! Ran into him. And then this is a whole list, whole group of the, Zach Priest, Lee Newschlander. I forget most everyone else's names, but there was a big group of CIG devs. They all signed my shirt that I'm going to show a little later. Space Cutlet, I did have to check my wallet after we parted. And then this Stalker guy, again, I will say, TV Liquid is completely unrecognizable without the hat. Something about it. Just so again, after that, the restaurants all close early. Like the kitchen's 9 or 10 o'clock. Done. That's it. Everything else is just pubs. So we did find a nice flat iron steak place, which had a really fantastic steak. Yeah, and here's the Salmiak. TV Liquid? Yeah. Yeah, so this is a Trigger Switch, Proteus, and Mrs. Red. With the steak. And walking up to the convention for the first day. Yeah, the line that had stretched out and back, and it wasn't raining, but it was nice and overcast.
The authentic Star Citizen experience. Waiting in lines.
Hindrosa was there in his getup. He had a little signed Disco Lando was here. Let me just make sure I'm not timing out again. We will get back. And yeah, just more selfies in line. The meme. Sorry, you can't see it very well, but it's a Deadpool. Hi, I'm TV Liquid. A couple of Mandalorians. This was right after he put his mask back on. Yeah, pre-reg, stuff like that. The actual convention entrance. Sorry, I don't know why I took so many photos here. But then we got into the detailed stuff. So the Port Olisar model. That was actually really impressive. Very long. It's like 5, almost 6 feet tall there. And the Retribution carrier. So, real fun times. They had some food options, the torpedo burrito. And the merch. And then the line for the merch, which was like an hour and a half, 2 hours long. You came inside the convention center. They had this big wall laid out. It was very impressive. And yeah, TV Liquid, eggs and bacon. And then the Hornet that was part of the show floor. If you were watching any of the like pre-show, like in between show bits, they highlighted these. That was awesome. Tom Beckhauser with the Banu Merchantman model behind him. A couple other nerdy folks here. This is Sigelian, who is signing my shirt. I've got that here off to the side. Chris Harrow, who does the Xi'an word stuff, all the typography and language. And then the JRDF booth ran into the Stormtrooper there. He's one of their folks. And then one of my favorite shirts. This is one of the fellow Saber Raven guys, King Beyond the Wall. He has Tony Z with the sleeping penguin. So little chuckles worth. Yeah, Neojet with his fantastic racing helmet. And of course, Stop to Crime, burrito time. The Med Runners had a booth there. They had like med pens and lanyards and stuff. They even had a sweater. They got to Disco Lando.
Returning subscriber.
Ooh.
Glory to the Red Legion.
Bob, thank you for that. Appreciate it. And then here's a detailed shot of that. They actually did. One of the other model groups, Polakis Workshop. And then the Bar Citizen group, I think this was their community bar that got stolen. So on the first day before the show started, Jared Huckabee, when he was killing time, decided he was going to try and sprint across one of the aisleways in the convention hall just to get us hyped up. And yeah, he tore his calf muscle there. And like, it was pretty bad. So... Benoit, he had just finished an interview a few minutes ago and was there for a quick photo. He signed my shirt right there actually, and it was awesome. And Ben Perry, who was doing he's the lighting and sound guy. This was our Red Legion kind of pseudo meetup right there in front of the Hornet. and again in front of the sign with all the folks, and then sitting in the convention hall getting ready to watch stuff. Later that night for the Red Legion meetup, we got together, the folks there signed the shirt, or signed the flag, which I do have right here with me too. That's going to go up on the wall. If you guys know Urban Venture from Twitch, he does, he had been doing Kerbal Space Program. He's done a lot of Satisfactory recently, and he's got a really impressive flight hardware setup. So I've been trying to get him into Star Citizen, but he doesn't live too far away from Manchester, so he was able to commute in and actually join for our slightly smaller Red Legion only meetup. And Jellybean again, and M4.
Returning subscriber. Glory to the Red Legion.
T-Town Scott, thank you for the returning sub. Appreciate it so much. Okay, you're waiting for me in the hangar. I will, I'll be there. Okay. The Red Legion photos and stuff. And of course, the labeled version. We posted this up in Discord. And the annual tradition, carry on the red.
All right, this is Red Monster. We are here at the CitizenCon 2954 Red Legion meetup. All of us here, space nerds alike, enjoying ourselves in Manchester. And we go one more time. Cheers, everybody. Sorry for all of those who weren't able to make it, but you know what? There's always next year. Have a great one.
Okay. We'll go ahead and pause the distractions. And let me get the audio back up. Okay. So let's go ahead. If we want to move up to the StreamOps voice chat. I've got to ride the tram over. Sounds like folks are joining party.
Hey there.
Hey. We got Guru. How are you?
Feel very uncomfortable on a box and everybody. I apparently missed a memo. Everybody showed up in civilian clothes and I'm just sitting here in the white suit.
Oh, is it?
Looking at me.
We got to be in our civvies?
Well, I don't have any.
Oh. Alright, I gotta figure out if I've got like a uniform or anything. So yeah, Jared Huckabee tore his calf muscle the first day, and yeah, the second day as he was finishing his like medical appointment or whatever, they happened to be there at the same hotel and shared an Uber with him.
Wait, did he actually tear a muscle?
Oh, yeah. He tore his
he got wrecked.
he tore his calf something fierce.
Is that when he rolled on the stage?
Horrible.
Like a goober?
No.
That was before that.
But
No, it's when he ran.
before
like,
the
15
show even
feet.
started, before the convention panel even started, he had done that. When he was rolling on the stage, that was the day after. Who's this?
Did he get injured last year too?
I don't remember what he did to himself last year.
Earlier this year, he knocked himself out. That's why they didn't have that SC Live.
I like how he said it's helpful if you stretch more than once in 14 years.
Yeah. Is this one of us that's on the tram?
If there's a little blue arrow on them, then yes.
We have an issue here, Red. It's a very important one. We all got to your hangar, and there wasn't one single vehicle for us to drive around.
Oh.
Where's the row of PTVs?
Yeah, no doubt.
You know what? I'm sorry, guys. I was out of the country.
That's no excuse for the laptop.
What's the effective range of excuse? 0.
Yeah.
Hey, I think I'm disabled or unconscious, but I can't backspace or shut up.
Whereabouts are you?
Okay, I don't know. I can't do F4 for third.
Oh, you had that Archangel bug that he had.
What you're gonna have to do is you're gonna have to log out, go and do the character repair, and then go to a different region. The character repair, you wait, it'll actually flash, and it'll say done, and it'll be done.
What dance was that? That was beautiful.
Then go to a different region and make sure you spawn up.
Is the video coming over choppy for you guys at all, or no?
No, it seems pretty smooth.
Yeah, cool.
Just as smooth as those dance moves. My God.
Be careful of the elevators at the moment. They sometimes don't appear.
Yeah.
Be careful where you set your spawns. Like, don't ever.
I said my name.
Hydrant, you bastard! Hydrant!
Yeah, don't ever leave your spawns any other than the cells.
How do I do what position you're doing, Prometheus?
I mean, what's it look like? Is it the at ease?
It's at ease.
Yep, we got no names either.
I can.
Hi.
Invite Geraldo, please.
Hey, Red. We seem to have a narcoleptic following you around.
Yeah.
Thanks for the emotion bringing up again.
Who isn't in party, so he'll disappear. So that's fine.
What's the emotes shortcut again?
Alt F, I
Admin,
think.
admin chat is the short real shortcut.
Prometheus, you're party lead.
Ew, why?
Because Bob keeps crashing and not being able to get back in.
All right. Oh, did you guys send vehicles down? Is that what happened?
No.
Tell me error locked account. Oh, geez, there it is.
Who needs invites?
Geraldo.
All right.
So, but your monocle is wacky.
Oh,
My entire head is completely.
What's wrong with your hat?
I don't know. They've screwed up the hair and hats. Some of them.
No, but your monocle is oval shaped and not properly over your eye.
Why am I in an
That's probably due to the
unnamed
hat.
group with Senford?
No clue.
Why do you sound disgusted by that?
I know.
Yeah, right?
It sounded terrible.
I'm in that group with Sin.
That is actually pretty terrifying.
As long as you're not on a Carrack, you're okay.
Yeah, you know what ship he just called?
Alright.
No.
Carrick.
No, everybody off. Red, this is disgusting. I'm disappointed in you, sir.
What?
Why is that Carrack not red?
Wow.
It's the polar version. You know what? If it's that big of a problem for you, I will fix it.
Red, one of us has to change, and I don't have clothes here.
Well, that doesn't sound like a problem, Mark.
Pull out his gun and shoots him in the face. Problem solved.
I was gonna say somebody just shoot him
Mark,
and
do
then
you have
he'll
an
have extra
American
red.
eagle
Welcome
tattooed
to the
on your
Red Legion.
face?
Raya Susuma, thank you for the follow.
I believe in freedom, liberty, and democracy.
Did he just get pushed off the edge?
No.
Oh, just look at the unconscious person on the floor.
Reset the industrial accident timer.
Now there's city clothes for me. Oh, never mind.
Oh my God! No. Did anyone see my screen when that happened? It literally looked like you grabbed my waist and thrust it into me, and I just fell over. I was like, "What?" Going on?
That's brilliant.
Back memories from last night.
All right. Let's see if I've got any better headwear options.
Well, it looks like you start picking up markers at 16 kilometers.
I have stuff for people that are 3.8 GM way.
Please tell me this helmet looks completely wrong for everyone else too.
That's
exactly what you're looking at. You look like you got 5 hats on.
What's going on with your monocle now?
Oh my God.
I don't suppose anyone can
that
find
helmet's
Okay,
all out of
guys,
whack.
listen. I know it's gonna be hard, but we need to give Soulbite monocle training.
Why is his mouth open?
What's up,
Why is he on his
Cyberbob?
knees? I need to know.
What's up, Cyber?
You look like you're about to go fight in the Boer War.
I don't suppose anyone can find my body.
Where's
Is
your
it
body?
in the hangar?
4.3
Character
kilometers
repair, and
that
I'm
way.
Still not.
He's
Is it in
he's
your
4.3
hangar?
kilometers away.
Yeah, I see it.
Ark, you remember that bug you had that one day?
Which
Where
one?
You died and you couldn't respawn.
Oh yeah, I had to do a character reset off the website.
He's having the same thing going on.
Yeah,
Seems
Bob,
like-
you
Mm.
have
Just
a character reset off the website. You just did it?
Quick, everybody,
go
throw
to it?
fruit at the carrack.
Did you jump
Quick, someone
to
put
a,
this Ark in the back and knock him over.
to a
God.
different region before you came back in?
Yeah, take that.
Rape!
No, I forgot.
Rape! I don't
I
consent.
didn't get one of the videos of the weapons or engine test on the Hornet, but it was awesome.
I don't know what's going on, but I don't consent.
This was like
I was dragging you over to the lift.
Two-
that was your TV
much
preview.
better. Much
yeah,
better.
this was
Premiere.
2 minutes before my my two spotlight moments on the official stream.
God, there's so
Our,
many people running over.
Our leader should have the walk. Like the
Walk?
first walk onto the ship.
What is walking?
Make way for the hat.
It's that thing that everyone else can do but you know?
Oh, okay, that one.
Yeah.
Probably shouldn't do it. He gets stuck in walking forever again.
Oh my god, that was hilarious.
Oh my God, the ramp is destroyed.
Why is the ram? What happened?
They love that
Ramp's
surf
fine.
ramp.
It's just a little scuffed.
Yep.
It's like your hat.
Straight to the
Listen,
back
this is
to
a-
the
this is a
the big elevator.
This is a working carrack, all right? Maybe some of you aren't used to a working carrack.
It's not a Semford carrack.
It's
Oh,
mid
does it?
refurbishment.
Is it a working carrack? Okay, open the drop pods so we can get the cargo out.
I'm
Just
sorry.
being
I don't-
pushed along.
I don't
I'm
want
not even
to.
hitting W at this point.
I don't want to.
All right.
Yeah, the only person dressed for business here is Soulbite.
Photography.
Cartography deck. Yeah, once we get
Oh, we've got a couple of officers.
more than just the one or two of you in here, that's fine.
I just gotta keep hitting the
Fill
others,
in.
but-
Someone, who's here in the Odyssey 2 suit?
Oh, I got left
Dang.
behind again.
It's alright, dude.
Yeah, who didn't change? They just sort of
Returning
logged in for the
subscriber.
first time this
Glory
patch and
to the
didn't
Red
change.
Legion.
Nickname.
You know what?
Dang.
I just want to say that I'm impressed that Soulbite showed up with something other than a gown.
Yeah.
I never wear a
Soulbite.
gown.
Somebody's wearing
Probably just
clothes. What
nude.
gives?
Yeah,
Yeah,
What's the
how,
occasion?
how dare you imply that I would wear a gown?
Jeez.
Okay. So I am going to set up here. I was part way through the photos, but y'all are impatient bastards, so have that. Got a couple of things I wanted to show first. I mean, do we want to start with the big one and then kind of work our way down to the smaller stuff? Because there's quite a lot that have been pretty fantastic, right? Quite a lot of things they dropped that are just, how do you even describe it? Like it is exactly what the end game should look
Channel
like with
8
the politics and all of it. And Guru, thank you for the raid. Let's I'm gonna go ahead and stream my screen here.
So, but do you have like a gift for Red or something?
No, I've got my hat in my hands. I took the hat off because it was ridiculous.
Okay.
Well, I can't just chuck it into storage.
My man. It's the custom monocle he has. He wants to give him the red.
So you guys, you want to start with some smaller stuff and then work our way up to the big ticket items?
Straight out here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sounds logical.
Okay. Give me a second. Just working
So,
through these.
I'll kick it
Should
off.
be-
So, unfortunately, sorry, Viper, this is your last day. This is just your formal notice.
I did not get to visit Soulbite.
Networks, which are great for
You'll need
logistics
to
and
turn in
hauling.
your sponsorship tokens.
And then we created our
cease
fabrication
using any
hangar,
badges
which is
related
ours.
to Red Legion.
Can't get rid of Viper. That's half the fleet.
All right.
More than half the fleet.
Actually,
All
I
right,
think we worked
folks.
out it's only 34%.
We're in discussion mode here. So let's I've got a piece of the video I wanted to kind of first of all highlight. And we'll talk a little bit about, but then we can kind of open it up to discussions and how we think as an org we're going to be able to use it.
craft big valuable items such as ships.
sorry,
Ships are valuable
say
because
again?
you can, of course, you can fly them.
If you're watching my screen, I'm playing the videos here, and it should include audio. So
there we go.
I'm streaming at StreamOps. So first off, like crafting your home, obviously like base building is going to be huge. We'll have resources and refining, logistics and hauling, and fabrication hangars.
With them, but because they are a crafted item, they can also be sold to other players.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Player-owned shops.
So, with base building, you're going to be able to set up your own shops, and there's two main ways you can do this. The first is using a dedicated trading terminal. You can link these to your freight elevators, and in turn, any items within can be listed for sale at a price you deem reasonable. This includes resources, refined materials, and so on. Using the terminal, visiting players can browse what's on offer, purchase, and then collect from that same freight elevator. The second method is to set up a physical shop in the world. By using the decorator AR we saw earlier with Luke, you can maglock items and then list them for sale. Once again, browsing players, they can see the price of the maglocked item, purchase it, which then removes the mag.
I'm not talking. So, kind of what he just
purchase it, which then
if you watch my screen here in the StreamOps chat, I'm sharing the YouTube stuff as we go. That should have the audio included with it. So, couple of things. Setting up shop. You'll have a terminal that people can go through and just buy from your inventory. You can link it to your cargo hangars. Or you can set up a virtual shop with physical decorations that are marked as for sale. I think the next logical step for this is to be able to have like player-owned franchise shops, like your own Schubert Interstellar or like Whammers, which I would love to have as long as you have the appropriate rep. So, like, what are you guys' thoughts on the player-owned shops? I know. Like I'd like to have one for the Red Legion, you know, a base with this type of system set up specifically for like resources and maybe some of our specialized like mining and industrial gear.
Have they said anything about limiting who you sell to? So you can do it so that, yeah, this shop is specifically for org members.
I think there's permissions, so you can say if something's locked down to only org members.
Well, we
right?
do know that they did say that you can lock off areas of the stations and bases based on rank in an org. So if we only had those linked to the storage facilities with the terminals in there, then that's one way to do it.
Yeah. So, and then I think when we were looking at the previous stuff, it might actually be in this video. So once they had things set up, you've got your power management. They also have the freight elevators. They said you could connect together. So what you may
have a whole freight network.
Yeah, so you can have a freight network and transfer them like within a certain distance, but you may also be able to create separate channels. So there is a public freight network, and then there might be a private freight network. So if you have them set up on two separate connections, potentially. Otherwise, it would just have to be a distance thing.
Does that mean we can sell freight to other people, and they can just pick it up at the elevator?
I think so, yeah.
Of course, the nice thing with physical shops is you can genuinely make it feel like a store. You can put items on shelving. You can
shop and then a public shop. And then you just restrict the org only to access or open up for org members only.
And I think what would be helpful is obviously like we have org sets of armor and stuff that we want people to use. So if people are like a certain rank within the org, we would have our armory set up like that and just basically stock up on all the armor sets that we want to have as our continuous like typical outfitting and have those available for org members either at a subsidized or free as well as like weaponry and stuff for defenses.
So I have a question, and I would like to just back it up for discussion and theoretical sake.
Yeah.
So, okay, in other MMOs I played, this is a while back, but you had trade cities that you could build, et cetera, and they were all organized in different ways. So is the assumption that if you're part of the Red Legion at the base, that everybody is just kind of pooling every resource into the org, and then specific org leaders are building the structures and opening the shops and stuff, or is it set up more like a freehold where people in the guild or the org here could open their own shops and then pay percentage towards like more of a free market setup instead of
Yeah.
just theoretically, I don't know,
A city versus a base.
Yeah, and so you can run your own business. I'm just throwing it out there.
So here's
so,
what.
So are we communist or not? Is that what we're?
No, I'm not saying that. Just for functionality.
Maybe I'll throw out my high level idea as far as the location stuff goes, and I'd love to hear your guys' feedback. But I feel like number one, I'd like to designate station chief and deputies, or kind of assistant station chief, for the main locations we want to have. I would like to have ground bases, since they are going to be a little bit easier to defend, less resource cost to do those. But I do see some benefit having it be more curated building opportunities, so that one or two people have kind of control and sign off of what gets built at that location, how we expand, so that we can do it in a more functional, cohesive environment. Where if people want to build outside that and have their own little outposts here and there, I don't want to commit all of our resources to helping defend a whole bunch of stuff, because then what happens is, we've played Space Engineers together a lot. We've, everybody's kind of done a little bit of their own thing, but we all kind of had a communal base. I think having our station chief and deputy station chief both kind of being the final say as far as what happens within the main base and that control.
Yeah.
And the other folks, they can contribute to, and in some of the org tools, we'll talk about some of those reward opportunities, but people can contribute to the org inventory, and maybe selling to the org shops and stuff. Based on the amount that they do there, kind of will help progress everything. They'll get access more within the secured structure of the base. And also, get a better discount on the gear that we have in the lower, like kind of the lower cost or subsidized, but org only shops. And we would have each location would have like a publicly facing, like open access, aside from hostile orgs. Anyone that's not marked as hostile, neutral, or allies, they would, neutral or allies would be able to come in and trade with our bases.
Do we want to have a shop inside our base, or can we have the shop away from our base, or have a mobile shop like the BMM? There's so many mans at.
Yeah, that's why, because it seems like it's going to be vast and all over the place. So, even in a hybrid build, like if you have an organized group controlling the specifics of the station, but within the station, there's areas where people could essentially rent an area to have their own shop for the Legion or whatever, and run it themselves.
Request a build or something.
You know what I mean? But it's like it's a controlled build area by a council. It's kind of like a hybrid between freeform and total dictatorial.
So you need planning permission.
Yeah. So planning permission for the main, like, deputies or whatever. I think rented space would be a good opportunity. That'd have to be somebody with good reputation within the org.
Sure. Yeah.
But then I do want to have a public area in the, kind of in those bases that's secured, that people don't have to be an org member to come in and shop at. And maybe that's like kind of our second tier, some of the crafting, like, research they showed, there was, you had to craft like 1,000 of this specific pistol, right? We're going to need to offload those at some point, right? So maybe using those, kind of the cast-offs or the things we construct to get other, we might not need necessarily, but it could be something we stock our public shop with. And maybe they're not like the most upgraded, but they're better than what somebody could get just running around.
And they're cheap and cheerful.
I think.
Yeah.
I thought was, which something like you guys is like we have our science, we have our industrial, we have our military or our task force red. It's like there should be separate like sections that are for them, that they do all their arming, and then they do all their repairs, they do all their service, that they have their budget that they're given to do whatever their task is. And And that's like
Yeah.
their part of the base. And then, like, if it's official ops or whatever, they're given their budgets and their supplies. But then have a section that are for like all the org members that has a discount, and then a section that's basically open to the public for whoever's basically not hostile, that we sell all our other goods to and try to build reputations up.
Yeah.
Multi-tier. I mean, if let's say if you're starting off with like, I think it's 8 kilometers. If we're gonna stay in a legal system, it's
Yeah.
supposed to be 8 kilometers by 8 kilometers. That's a huge area to do a lot of stuff. We have multiples of those, plus we can buy additionals.
Yeah.
We have micro bases in the lawless areas to gather resources and stuff that have their protections. So.
That I'd like to talk a little bit later about the lawless stuff, the kind of how the power play essentially is going to work in those lawless systems, because I do see it happening where like that's a great opportunity for us to come in with like the Bano merchantmans that are mobile, right? The control of those systems is going to shift on a weekly basis based on who's active, right? And I don't know if we want to commit hard resources to bases in a lawless system that doesn't have a consistent, consistent security that we are kind of helping control. I don't think any one org is going to be able to do it. I think what's going to happen is we might see these like mega alliances form, where multiple orgs all contribute and kind of pool everything together so that they can get the bid on that week's shield tokens to run things.
Yeah, I think making it in a safe zone and then building up towards an invasion of the pyro zone from a place of safety and strength, like you have an infrastructure before you move in, seems to be, I think, the smarter move for us.
Yeah, it needs to be the firm roots we put down in a lawful system that has good strategic access to those systems with the high-end resources. If we can be one of the last stops before you jump through the pyro jump gate, like that type of thing.
I just thought like
Hey,
the
Dante.
lawless had the good resources. Like say one of our people in our trades or miners, they find a really good deposit somewhere on a planet, that we would basically come in, force, set a base up, mine the crap out of it as fast as we can, break stuff down, and get out.
Yeah.
Setting up an expeditionary type of thing where we just go in and force
a temporary outpost, basically.
I would
get everything we can out of it.
Or even try to.
Can I interject there for a second?
Yep.
I think that would be a great time for us to start evaluating on actually using the TFR and actually securing and making sure that the industrialists, the miners, and the more importantly the cargo haulers are actually secure when they're moving stuff out of that lawless zone and into a more secure spot for refining and then as eventually sale. But
and I think that's where it's like the Red Legion, we can kind of provide that public service type thing. If there's a lawless system and we have enough security there that we feel safe going in and setting down, some buildings, I think like absolutely get at the bare minimum a freight elevator, so that anybody doing their prospector mining or whatever, if there's other extractions that are happening, they can do short trips to collect into that hangar. And then we have our large cargo division. They can haul the bulk materials away. So everybody that's working in that system, they can just come sell. They'll sell it to us at a discount on the rates because we still have the security factor that we need to protect those goods until they're in a lawful system. But if people can come and sell to us directly at like a 20% discount, that's probably still more money opportunity for them, rather than going back through the jump gate, trying to offload it somewhere else or dealing with other risk, right?
Just real quick, something just popped up, Red, just so you know. That Evocati 4 test is coming out, and they're letting you stream it if you want to stream it.
Okay.
If you're interested, show it out.
I am. Do you know how large of a download it is?
I don't know. I'm waiting for it to drop. Basically, he just gave Waukee just gave us the
heads up.
And it could be streamed, yeah. So.
Okay.
Guys, this is interesting. I'm trying to work my way over to you from my hangar, and it gave me somebody else's hangar, and it dropped me into space when I was in the guy's hangar.
Yep.
There are a couple people that are a little quiet on Discord.
Go back to the conversation there, one of the things I was thinking about earlier previous to this, one of the things I like about the Red Legion is like when you guys do mining, you have a whole payment structure set up where, you know, you have a captain, you have a crew, you guys get a payout based on what you earned on that run. I think it's one of the like coolest things of the org, like working together, paying each other, profiting through that kind of team play.
Yeah.
I'm curious how this works into with bases. Are we all just donating everything we mine into a giant pot, and then how is that going to change payout? Is it going to do this, do that? I mean, personally, my core feeling on it would be if we could develop a system for still being able to pay, like work together and pay out on crews, and have that economy within the org itself.
Yeah.
You know? So that like anybody, I feel like it aids growth, and this is why I really like it. So a new person sees the org, they see how we work. You can just join this mole and earn some cash. It might not be a ton, but you're helping the org and you're helping yourself. And I really think that that's a really good selling point for growth for us.
Yeah, I think we'd have to look at the specifics, because I know with the org tools, that's kind of the next setup. They did say there's going to be opportunities for org member or org leaders to set goals and set different tiers. So when org members contribute to a certain level, they get a reward, right? And that could be that we've got a shop that somebody can sell directly to the org bank at like 50% of value, so they still get money, but it also helps the org. Yeah. And then that could be kind of how we balance it out.
Some kind of structure that way, in a chain of progression. Like maybe after you've done X, Y, Z, and you've earned a certain amount of trust, you're accessing the ability to open your own store in the org market and trade with everybody else. You know, that kind. I feel like that progression would also be very good for growth as well. The people can see how you advance, and what that gets you, and yeah.
6.2 gigs.
And I figured wouldn't it be something similar to kind of what we do right now, where you have that whole spreadsheet and it's like, okay, if you helped with security, you get this cut. If you helped with this, and then what I figured is the org gets like 10 or 15%. That's just like, hey, we're doing this as an org thing. You're using an org ship. 10 or 15% just goes to the org type deal.
Yeah, we're gonna have to build up the org bank somehow, right? We can't just be doing stuff and selling to the org if the org bank has no money to sell to.
Exactly. Which brings in, is there going to be dues? Is there going to be, you know what I mean? Yeah.
I feel like we should have the sort of like 20% whatever to the org as a general thing, and then do sessions where we're doing this for the org purely or almost purely, like occasional sessions, fundraisers, things with goals. So okay, we're setting up the base. We need the resources like at the very start.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We're expanding.
So we're donating those, right?
We're expanding. We're just building a new manufactory.
Like all my mining stuff, or my plan is to hopefully have those departments assign people to my ships and cover the cost to operate it, and everything just comes back to the org because we'll need those operating costs.
Yeah. The other thing we have to consider is that there are going to be taxes associated. Right. With any building we put down, we're gonna have to pay UEE protection tax.
Are we gonna have representation?
No. I don't think so. But I haven't seen tea for sale, so I don't know where to vent my frustrations.
Remember, this game is based in the UK, right?
Yeah.
So
we could make Red Legion bucks.
So what are our thoughts at going through more of a distribution route instead of player facing? We have a warehouse and make contracts with the orgs and sell to them directly.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I've already been approached by a couple of orgs that want to, like, when the alliances come in, they say, like, we definitely want to be, like, firmly allied with the Red Legion. I think there are going to be groups that will have that, and, my expectation and kind of what I'd like to do, like the Red Legion wants, my vision is that we're an industrial powerhouse, right? So folks that are mining, they can come sell to a Red Legion cargo hangar on, most of the lawful planets, sell to us at a reasonable rate, and then we can turn around and do bulk orders and stuff for folks that need it. But do that exchange, and then also like we'll have our own members, they can contribute and sell. But if people want to earn rep within the Red Legion, right, they're going to be selling resources to us at a discount, kind of harvesting, still getting paid, but like kind of taking half a cut instead, so that the org has resources to build with. Then based on that, like the number, the amount of contribution or whatever cash value that ends up looking like, maybe that's the reward tier, and saying, okay, if you're somebody who's contributed more than like 10,000 SCU of high value material, you get access to Red's exclusive mining laser shop, right? There will be,
where we have the tier 3 best made in this sector.
Yep, and it's all Hofsteeds.
That's it.
But
but what about signs that say like people in this area are expendable for the low areas?
Yeah, I'll see what the decorations look like. It'll definitely be on your hangar door. So
it's sounding like we're gonna have to, at the end of this, you're gonna have to have a new division that is kind of the business management division that also deals with like contracts with other orgs and can initiate like, okay, this other org wants 10,000 railguns or what. I don't know why they would want that, but let's say that, and they have this order they put in, so we could put an initiative together, and we'd have to have a framework for all of this stuff so that it makes sense and everybody is benefiting instead of just donating.
What about this? I mean, you talk about 10,000 railguns, right? There will be blueprints and options that we have available, but maybe we let other orgs specialize in that. We just have the alliance as far as providing the resources, and we do kind of those high-level trades that we know what the resources would be required to get like a tier 3 railgun, and we contribute those resources with maybe a small fee, right?
So you're saying focus the market on
raw materials,
and maybe like refined materials.
Yeah.
That makes focusing would make a lot of sense to me.
Because I mean,
I agree with that.
yeah, let's get into the org tools real quick, because that was the next on the list.
And it's not to say that we couldn't use those in house to make our own railguns, but the Red Legion of itself would be a mass supplier of resources. Yeah.
Or also, if someone makes railguns better than we can, we trade them resources in exchange for a few rail.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Right.
Because you can get a reputation that way for we need raw resources in mass amounts. Red Legion. That's.
Yeah, and if they're the type of org that wants to be able to produce that many railguns, like, we'll just say, okay, like, yeah, we can sell you the resources, or maybe we do a trade, like you give us back like X amount of cash, but also we would like 150 railguns out of this batch.
Yeah.
With an extra amount of resources to cover that.
We're definitely going to need a business management division or people in that role.
All right. So this coming up, this is the player organizations portion. Probably like 10 minutes or so of details.
That's all right. It sounds like we've got a few people in orgs in the house today. But Benoit, you talked about this a while ago, right?
It's been 84 years. So I was originally asked to outline the original ideas behind how organizations would work in the very early days of the project. A younger Ben, big ideas, same ideas, now action. You have no idea how happy I am that we're finally tackling this task and this design in the game to truly give you all the tools you need to make your empire in SC. There are more than 70,000 organizations registered on the RSI website. 69,999 of them of decent size, and then test.
So I'm gonna skip through a little bit here and
Amazing
kind of get up through the
your progression.
kind of introduces.
You are.
But as we're coming together up and we have doing that will come and we're happen to
let's.
Okay, so they got recruitment.
So we're also
Guru's got to call it.
Might be in order to get a first impression.
All types of points out there in the verse. Up searching for, say, social and racing, maybe.
Like, get an idea. You can select one of
Yeah,
your
you
orgs
can
that you're in on
at any given time.
Yep. Patience on how often you can switch. You mentioned guilds before.
Represent one at a time.
Okay.
Now there are ongoing benefits for being in orgs, which we'll get to in a minute.
Kind of as they've
you choosing
released the rest of this window, we'll talk through it.
Right.
So obviously the events calendar, it'll kind of replace the Discord stuff. We'll have our official events, the org alignment with the guild, right? Yeah, based on your alignment with that org, you can align to one guild.
You have to talk about the loyalty, right?
But yeah, loyalty. If you guys leave the Red Legion org, it resets your loyalty back to 0, which would also reset maybe rankings and stuff. But so people that you can join multiple orgs. I think you've got 6 that they show here. But yeah, you can choose to represent, right? Representing False Fault Buccaneers, right? You can change your representation, and it just pauses your loyalty there and your contributions within that org. But if you go and actually have to leave the org and join a new one, or just leaving altogether, that'll reset your personal loyalty within the org. And that's something that we as org leaders, I think, will be managing actively. Any rewards that are gained or lost for that. So we want to make sure, that rewards we do have, we want people to stick around. But then the org alignment, they haven't talked about the details on this. I'm expecting a couple of things regarding exclusivity. First, I think the alignment is an exclusive thing. You can only align to one guild. But I don't think that means that you don't get org rep with the other guilds. I think it just grants you additional bonuses for the org when you are aligned in that way. I think you can still have progression within other guilds and have kind of that reputation, but they haven't talked about what happens when you switch alignment, right? Unless was that a detail I had missed?
No, but my understanding was the org alignment. You picked one for the org, and it was basically locked in pretty much. But your personal reputation with the different organizations or guilds is separate.
Yeah.
They actually I was thinking about this for quite some time after it was said. So in theory.
Sorry,
if we had the main org as the Red Legion, we can in theory put like sub orgs like TFR, business management, logistics, mining,
Red Legion, research and development, or whatever.
Sure, yeah, right, like whatever, right, as those sub orgs, and so we could flip between those 6, as long as we don't leave the Red Legion proper.
Yeah. So
who needed an invite?
Then I think it just comes down to like categorizing something to.
He joined the party already.
Categorizing the org in its entirety for something like that fits that game style, right? So you have the org itself, and then everything that's like mining, logistics, hauling it's one thing. TFRs and it's one thing, and that gives them the ability to develop in their own route, and they can align to those individual guilds that fit that specific thing.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit of autonomy between the divisions, but still working towards that goal of the Red Legion. And I don't think we have to worry about losing, or not that we're not worrying about it, but like people just straight up leaving the org to help out a different one completely.
Yeah.
It's just we're bleeding rep, but it's still within the Red Legion. It's just being pushed around as like kind of like a currency between the different divisions.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
So I like the idea of having kind of the Red Legion parent org, right, and our main industrial focus, and then there can be the separate sub orgs. And what I would say is you should always be in the Red Legion, and those smaller orgs, right, they can help with the alignment stuff. People can exit and enter there without risking your loyalty at all. So if people wanted to like swap over for a night and go into the Task Force Red security group, right, they wouldn't have to be locked in, right? But
that kind of defies the point of it, Red. The whole point is, you say you were interested in the security as well as the industrial. You join both, and you work on loyalty to both.
Well, it remains
You can only work on loyalty to one.
It remains to be seen how
but you work on one at a time and switch. As long as you don't leave the org, the loyalty is just locked whilst you're not representing.
Right. But if we break down the Red Legion into basically a small alliance of our divisions, right? Is that actually going to be a benefit, or would it be beneficial to have everybody contributing to one?
And that's
yeah.
That I think is going to be part of the fine details they have to work out for like divisions.
Right. That's all I'm saying. Yeah.
I think one of the essential tools that they need to bring in is subdivisions within an org that can specialize like that, because not every, like the org in general, right, can be an industrial focus. You know, the United Resource Workers is what we're going to align to from a high level. But if we can create subdivisions within there without having to require a different org, right, but let that subdivision treat its alignment independently. And if people want to rep the subdivision, or maybe something like that.
Would that mean that every org would have X number of subdivisions and they'd be just aligned to every single guild?
They,
I think we're forgetting the one thing he said that he made very clear is that there's the alignment for the org and then there's the individual, and they recommend the individuals be aligned across all of them within the org so the org is well balanced. That's exactly what Benoit said in that video.
Yeah. Okay. So there's going to be org benefits for your reputation, and then there's individual benefits for your reputation. And I think finding out the balance between those and deciding if it's going to be worth it to create the sub-orgs, right, kind of the pseudo-orgs, for each of the divisions so that they can get the org benefits there, or if we just have trade partners that will give us, you know, kind of access to some of those more exclusive things in exchange for, you know, being our high-end resource suppliers, right?
I think the whole thing's not built out enough to say at this point.
I just think it's like we know which one you're going to align with. It's because it makes the most sense. It's what the trade or whatever, because it covers everything that the Legion does. Everybody else, like within it, that has their preferences should align to what their preferences are, so that way all your proficiencies and all your specialties that you get with that can then be shared amongst the org. Like whatever you unlock with your blueprints or research.
Yeah.
You
So
are
the
now
individual reputation.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because
All right.
we have our science, or what our exploring science, you know, all of them, they should probably go into their appropriate.
Okay. The next part I wanted to bring up.
Prototype.
Liberty Mutual customized my car insurance.
Sorry, stupid ads.
I saved hundreds.
Looks like a wild CitizenCon. I missed that part.
Guy on the
You block Origin, Red.
Yeah, he fell over and had to go to hospital.
That is designed for experienced players and keeps them engaged.
Talking about the endgame stuff.
Basically, everyone in this room.
Right, so they talked about missions, group missions, server-wide events. This instance
While the sandbox
content.
element of Star Citizen will allow for large-scale battles, we also want to provide challenging instanced content that will take full advantage of not only multi-crew ships, but fleets of ships. And you kind of know how we do that, right? You saw that yesterday. And as you progress through the guilds, you'll be able to accept high-level contracts from government agencies who will offer prototype and military blueprints as rewards.
So that
Hydrant, you bastard! Hydrant!
That right there, the prototype and military blueprints from these instance content, I think that's where Task Force Red could really help drive things, get us access into those high-level blueprints that are not going to be accessible outside of, right? I don't think that's going to even be like specific reputation, potentially.
It sounds like raid stuff.
Yeah, it's going to be...
Yeah. Not just that, Red, but there are materials from Sandworm, for example.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are materials you have to kill it and then get miners in.
Yeah, so that's where kind of the cooperation between like Task Force Red, the security guys, and the other folks. Like, we can have you kind of helping direct and folks gunning turrets if they're not good at combat, or wherever they can fit.
I think this might be a good opportunity. We've been doing discussions since CitizenCon 2 in the security division about how we're going to reorganize the fleet and stuff. And I wanted to actually make sure that you were aware of everything that we're planning, and it might be a good opportunity to let everybody else see our framework too. And if you want, I could just go over that real quick here.
Yeah. Did you want to share it?
Yeah, I do. I have a visual aid that I made.
Okay.
Nice.
Ooh.
You'll be drawing down.
Whilst he prepares his visual aid, the other thing is the
Draw it with
experiment
crayons.
We've already got ideas.
Hey, it's not crayons. Colored pencils.
Yeah, the Marines
Yeah,
ain't
but it's the Rosar ones.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you okay if I pop this out and share it, bro?
Yeah, go ahead. I have it on my screen. Yeah, I think I'm sharing the right thing. Should look like ships.
Yep.
Okay, so I'll try to do this as quickly and concisely as I can. Now, this is again from Task Force Red Security Division perspective. It is by no means am I insisting that everybody else should take this on. However, if you want to discuss, you want to move this to your division and apply it, we'd be happy to talk about that, help out, whatever. So think of it maybe as a general framework. Anyway, what we're doing is we started a project that's called the North Star Initiative, and it's a 3-phase project in how we're going to essentially transform the security division from what it is now, with our kind of squadron-based, kind of just friends hanging out, doing whatever we can to improve our skills, screwing around kind of security, into a more organized and disciplined group. So phase 1 is going to be recruitment and development of assets. And the asset is extremely important because it's kind of like the bottom line. It's the building block of the entire fleet organization. So on the screen here, you can see, let's say coming up in about a month, we're going to have the Polaris. And one of our goals is to try to get a fully crewed, disciplined, and efficient crew of players on a Polaris. So fully crewed Polaris. Now, thanks to Geraldo, we have set up a website where we're going to kick this off, and it starts with captains. So if someone owns a Polaris and they want to be a captain in the security division, they would apply for a captain. They have to prove that they're trustworthy and they're competent. Also, they have to prove that they're able to organize and a crew, maintain a crew. And then they would also have to pick a time slot when they would be, quote unquote, active duty. So let's say it's like Monday night, I would be deploying my Polaris on active duty security patrol. And when you do that on the website, everybody else can see it. They can see how many slots are on the ship and say, I will join that crew on active duty for that time slot, right?
Yeah.
And then we'll have training procedures in so that everybody has some basic training on the ship. But then we make sure all the roles are filled. And then you go about the thing, which is what we do is protect and support the industrialists of the Red Legion. So, let's say you guys are out mining. We have the asset of the Polaris is there on duty, and there's some trouble. Then whoever's in command at the time can just say, because we know that the asset's there, to the captain, you're activated, they need help over here, and just go over and help out. And it allows it to grow to a larger size. Okay. Now so that Polaris would be an asset. Then let's say we have, as we grow, we have other activated assets like a Carrack, with a medical Carrack here. You have a Perseus or a Hammerhead also active. Maybe you have fighter squadron assets. So like maybe you're not interested in running a whole capital ship, or you don't own one, and you and your buddy, it's you and your two buddies. You have 3 Hornets or whatever. These are just examples. You guys are going to be active duty on Monday as well. And you can form your squadron asset, which then could be attached to the Polaris, who would be in command, and form a fleet that way. And then here on the right, we have auxiliary assets for the security. So you have supplies and refueling in a Gemini. Let's say somebody's interested in doing tactical logistics, then they could develop that asset and be a captain with their ship that way. You see how this all works, and it plugs together.
Yeah.
And we feel like it's a good system for growth as well, and that it fits real life gaming schedules, and it's easy to it flows with the natural way that people play Star Citizen. So when we're doing those instant content like you're talking about, this is how we would organize the greater fleet that way, right?
Yeah, I agree, and I do like the kind of the mix of both support. I see like the Carrack being the type of vehicle that will come in and scoop up like escape pods, right, and pick up the folks that get ejected, and providing that medical support. The Starfarer obviously for refueling,
Yeah. And I think what we really have discovered over the years of the training is the game needs to be based around ships and small groups, not giant mobs of people, because Discord just gets convoluted. People are late. People are doing this. So a certain level of discipline has to be achieved for on duty. Like, I don't care what you do with your ships or what you do with your buddies in the org when you're not on duty. You just do whatever you want. But just make sure it's ready to go, it's set up, and you're good to go for your time slot. And we have a professional attitude when we're doing it. So
and I want to kind of throw something in here that in the social tools, they are bringing voice chat within the game. You have your party members, right? But then also with your org members are also highlighted. So not everybody needs to be in the same party, right? I see our kind of multi-tiered communication structure that squadron leaders, like party leads and stuff that are leading their little flight group, they will be in a Discord for command and control discussions, and then relaying that through party chat, party voice within their group.
What Discord needs is like something like TeamSpeak, where, like in Arma, the guys use handheld radios or backpack radios, or the jets have
that's something we've discussed within Task Force Red. Is something we discussed actually just even as early as the other night about looking at things like TeamSpeak and whatnot, because it has the ability to have like
multi-tiered.
Exactly.
We boil frequency, like channel based. So let's say the commander of the whatever security, he's on one and monitoring. So if he needs to go up higher to coordinate and let him know what's going on, instead of like 10 guys and fighters going, what? I'm coming, no. He's going to tell them you're needed at this location now, kind of thing. And coordinates, right? Because our biggest problem is chatter. And we're talking over each other, and because everyone, especially when people are getting excited, and then comms totally break down.
We do have solutions in place for that. I agree with you. You're totally right. Discord could, if we do it like the ship-based asset model. Let's say like the Polaris, everybody that's on the Polaris could be in a one Discord channel. The only people that really need to be in the higher officer type of comms would be like the ship captain or whatever it is.
Okay, but how does that person though that's in that channel?
Well, let's
no.
Don't worry about it right now.
Let's take one step back and realize
we've been investigating.
Yeah, the party voice chat in game, I think will serve the small nuclear groups, right? The flight wing, everyone that's going on to the Polaris will be in a party together, right? So the in-game party chat can be Yeah, and a couple of folks out mining or whatever, they can be in the party chat together, but then we would have one party lead, one squad lead or whatever, that they are also active in a command Discord call. And that would be a limited number of people, but people are free to join in and out if they need support. but it's not something we would expect them to be, and we could use the in-game party voice chat for the majority of what we would be discussing, right? And I think that will give us the multi-tiered structure. So when we have a mining op with 40 people out there, and then we have a security team of 20 people, we don't have 150 voices all at the same time.
We're absolutely. We were using a third-party program other than
Hydrate, you
Discord
bastard! Hydrate!
while we were testing this out, and it actually worked really well to have the you know, you have the officer groups. So it's absolutely it's something we're going to have this, especially if we grow.
And it'd be nice in game if they brought out, like, you're standing around right now, the cartography thing, where command can see.
They have said
they
that.
already confirmed that.
They confirmed that. Yeah.
Did they? Awesome.
Yeah. So we'll have our little fleet command there. I guess stepping back out to the other big piece, right? The space station, org-owned space stations. Oh my god! And once again, stupid ads.
Perfectly timed.
I refuse to pay extra for other crap like this.
YouTube without ads.
Block Origin, man.
Yeah. Part of the problem is I'm also a content creator who is supported by ad revenue, so I feel like morally obligated to sit through these just because, like, it does pay some of my spaceship bills, you know?
Keeps the lights on.
Space stations.
Yeah, player space stations. So what we know, first off, if you guys didn't see, there's a little Easter egg here as they go through the reveal of this supply pod.
Those are drones, aren't they?
Well, those are drones, yeah. But, yeah. The Next Generation, Episode 9, Season 2, from Star Trek, is the measure of a man, where Data is apparently questioned about whether or not he meets humanity or not, something like that. I'm not a Trekkie,
It's put on trial.
but I saw that.
But he's sentient.
I saw that as I was rewatching it back here in the States, back at home, and I was like, that's gotta be like that looks like an episode 9 season 2, and of course TNG, everybody should at least be familiar with it, the acronym. So I looked it up and I did some research, and apparently the artist who had put together the supply pods just needed some filler text, and he says it just happened to have been my favorite episode, so that's what I threw in.
Cool.
But yeah, constructing one of these,
outline with professions.
Huge amount of resources are going to be needed, obviously. We're seeing multiple interior layers. I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, maybe, and then 4 down to the hangar areas. So I see
1 or 2 more below.
Yeah.
Don't forget your engineering.
I see quite a lot of opportunity for public, private, more exclusive space.
Will offer some enhanced.
So on that, I remember seeing a picture somewhere showing that you can chain multiple stations together.
Yes.
Yeah, that's at the very end.
So what about making one of the stations a public one and leaving the other ones private for security reasons?
Yep.
Want to consider breached? You can take.
It's right at the end.
It has it.
Too bad it won't slow me down before I die.
I just
So
feel
from right here, obviously everyone wants their Bengal carrier, right?
Everyone wants the dry dock, a big ass ship.
So
I'm not looking forward to organizing 200 crew members.
Yeah. Right. So here,
You mean
as they,
500?
Falcon pilot.
Hexton.
yeah, they've got them hexed in. I mean, obviously, like, it'd be great if we were able to get a space station that size and have some public-private spaces, and maybe group with allied orgs to be able to give control over their own station hub, and we all kind of have that shared defense thing.
I
But
put forward a 10 to 20 year plan to make a
Yeah.
ring around one of the planets. Or maybe a
yes,
moon.
Make
Maybe.
your own Halo ring.
yeah.
Yeah.
So we don't know exactly what the placement rules are going to be, if it needs to be in low Earth orbit or low orbit over a planet, or if we can do them out in dead space somewhere, because like that would be pretty cool, just to have, you know, kind of our own hidden supply cache. But because the amount of construction involved, obviously, like, again, a station chief maybe a couple of tiers of station leads that can hold first the large construction plans. If we get to that point, like I absolutely want to have like final sign off on anything that happens with a Red Legion space station. And depending on how exclusive or how hard it is to put these together, you know, it will be a long-term plan and maybe eventually like multiples, but I don't know. One looks awesome, right? I would be super happy with that.
I mean, absolutely, this has got to be our goal, right?
Yeah.
We'll have multiples eventually.
I definitely.
We're not talking just 1 year. We're talking, 3, 4, 5 years.
The idea of doing shared defense with the station is fantastic. The only problem is doing this, but every other org has their own stuff. Is if we have a falling out, that's going to be a big issue.
Yeah. And that's maybe where the discussion of like rental space, right? Granting them access to maybe one floor and saying, okay, like submit construction plans, like the Red Legion will take care of it, kind of like the real estate company that owns the shopping mall, We can rent you space on Concourse 2, right? But you have to go through us for the payments and, kind of a monthly maintenance thing.
That freehold style is definitely beneficial for Fallout and drama and stuff like that.
Yeah.
What do you think the spaceport like that benefits over the land bases? Will the land base not have like a dry dock?
But I mean, yeah. So a couple of things. First, large scale transport with the whole seas, they can't go planet side. So that would be number one. Number two, the dry dock that's accessible there. Constructing large capital class ships in orbit. So more of our own whole seas and stuff like that. But each of the wings, right? You're going to have refinery. You're going to have cargo. You're going to have a hangar wing. You want to have those, kind of.
And you're not going to have to deal with weather.
True.
Which is going to, so on some planets, it's going to be a big thing. Your planetary base, you want to land there? Whilst it's sort of mid-storm, spitting down acid rain or whatever?
It seems to me that the space station is the true headquarters type place, whereas ground bases, because they said that the resource nodes on planets can be depleted from an area.
Yes.
So it's not like you just set up shop and you live there forever. Now you might have a larger base that's designed like that, but I'm imagining you have the space station as the core, the true headquarters, and then you have like just outlier bases that are supporting that.
So it's also highly likely that at least some manufacturing will have to be done in space on zero G.
Yeah.
The other thing too is they're talking about, from my understanding, resources to launch bigger ships out of atmosphere is going to be pretty extensive. So making them in space is going to be far easier.
Yeah.
With the mining stuff, I seem to remember them saying something that after a certain point of in a certain area, after all the resources get mined, it'll kind of repopulate.
Not in the same place.
Stuff.
So it will regenerate new deposits
not
somewhere
the exact same spot, but in say a 10-kilometer square area.
That's what it sounded like to me.
After all the stuff in that area gets mined, it'll respawn them in a different formation.
Yeah, it will regenerate new nodes. So we saw it in the crafting new worlds. They talked about soil quality and temperature and parameters and stuff. I think there's a separate system underneath that also is going to build our deposits, right? And those ground-based extraction deposits, as well as the surface rocks. So I did actually snag one of the developers after the panel and had a little bit more of a detailed discussion. And so the way that we have mining right now is, we've got granite deposits or gneiss deposits or M-type asteroids or whatever. I think that is going away. And what's going to replace it is a system where it's a mono resource, right? So you have one mineral that's there and it's got the mineral quality, right? But we're going to have that type of distribution where, you know, an asteroid could have that kind of extraction level. But we're talking going from like 17 different types of resources to like hundreds, like 500 or so.
Yeah, didn't he say like 600 or 700? It's already got put together and more.
The number I heard was over 400, and there might be additional details on that, but like that's what's going to be needed for the high-end crafting. That's both the minerals, gases, harvestables. I think that all kind of plays in together, but obviously a very complex and varied resource system is going to be required.
Individual resources, not just like tier 1 to tier 3 of the same one making 400.
Individual.
Correct.
Individual resources. Unique with quality factors for each, right? That's what's going to differentiate things from.
Do we know if the quality is more likely to be sort of like, okay, this particular piece of this material is high quality, or if sort of, okay, this node that we're mining from is high quality, so we get more?
The one snippet I saw was that there was a node with 2,000 SCU material available, and they had a quality rating there that was kind of for the whole node, right? And they talked about having the most, some of the more rare, the more precious minerals and stuff requiring high-end sensors to find. I think sensors might be able to do a little bit. I think there's going to be filtering modules and stuff that might be able to improve your quality of the resources, but that's all I think speculative stuff that we'll have to see when we get the additional planets and such.
That's
That's
exciting.
just raw resources, not
Yeah.
to mention sort of second tier where we've refined them and
yeah.
That much variety and that much tiering means this crafting system is going to be in depth, very in depth.
Yeah. So I mean, I think we've had some really great discussions. We're talking through the general org tools, how we envision using those. I think how we envision player-owned shops, what the Red Legion wants to provide for both a public and private. I do like the idea of a private Red Legion only armory, and you know, maybe a Red Legion outfitters shop for like mining and such.
Red, hydrate. Here's a bottle.
Thanks, Bob.
we're on a Carrick. Get an IV.
Oh, Bob.
But it's all the way down there.
Bob brought me a drink. I will accept that.
Oh, wait, he is chief of medical, so I guess it's fine.
Okay. Yeah, so that's it. I mean, obviously, I feel like the way that we're going to approach our expansion is we're going to set up ground facilities first, work on specializing some refineries and being able to bootstrap ourselves up. I don't think it makes sense. Like, we can set down near resources, but we can't set down right on top because they are going to have to change location as they get depleted. But if we have a ground station that can act as a local collector, we refine things there in a lawful system, use that to support eventual expansion into a large scale like city type, and then once we're at that point, we feel like, I think it's going to be a huge step up in difficulty to build a space station, but absolutely something I would love to get us bootstrapped into. If like the earliest we can construct that supply pod, I'm all aboard for that idea, right? So
is that the org goal, is to get the plans, the rep, and the resources to get our station going as soon as possible?
yes.
So all the divisions need to start rethinking how they're going to support that initiative.
Yeah, and I've already kind of reached out, I think, with the research division, helping align to which planet we want to base out of. With the first 5, I want it to be in a lawful system, right? But with access quickly over to, Pyro, that's going to have its resources, maybe Nyx, but I think we want to choose a location that's going to be a good strategic option to build our space station at, and kind of work backwards from there. What ground resources will we need to support that station? building up those and trying to get ourselves harvested to a point where we feel comfortable that we can undertake the construction of large-scale space station, how long it might take to complete, and then also using that as a recruiting tool within some of the other allied orgs and saying, hey, like, I understand you guys want to have access to a space station. Like, we're building it up ourselves, right? And if you guys want to help contribute, like, we'll grant rental access to this floor or something, right?
Yeah.
Until you can get your own, right? You'll have that opportunity. But
now, Red, is the goal of building the station to have it be a pretty good power in the universe, a kind of good power in the universe?
Well, I chose specifically the rank of the Prime because I want to be the only. I'm just kidding. I would like to be one of one of the largest industrial powers in the verse.
Mineral magnate.
So the ultimate power in the universe is what you're saying.
Yeah. I'd
mineral magnate, red monster.
I would like to control the spice. You know
Excuse
what?
me, it's the mineral mafia.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good one.
On the same token, it'd be really cool
My
if Task Force Red was on the same level.
Yeah. Yeah. I really would like that, but I mean, obviously, like, I'm a miner. I'm an okay fighter, an okay racer. But I mean, I know there's people within the org that have better experience, better backgrounds than I do for that type, and for those reasons, I'm fine, like, providing the support that you guys need to be able to run that the best suited.
At least we know we're gonna have at least a year or more once the base building comes in before we have to worry about it being final release.
You do test builds and sort of do testing
That's
to see
what I'm
what's the best way to bootstrap it.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. The second base building comes out, everybody's gonna run and build their own little base.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
But that's gonna give us the best chance to see who's really got the knack for it. And then
Everyone's going to build their base, and then 80% are going to immediately go, God,
Yeah.
I'm never doing that again.
I feel like the few patches ahead of the 1.0 release are really going to be our application period to determine who's going to be our ground station chiefs, who's going to be chief over the construction of the space station. I'd like to have people individually assigned on those and kind of understand full ownership, right? We'll provide whatever resources or support are needed as the org, but understand those are our chiefs, right? You're the Fred Johnson of Tycho Station, right? You will have full control over that station, or that outpost, or maybe that refinery complex with a handful of deputies, but it would be yours. You would be the one making the decisions on behalf of the Red Legion there, as long as certain conditions and framework are met.
And I would also like to throw this out there as a proposal. I think in the light of how much more complicated this is getting with the bases and the trading and the economy and, all this stuff, would be a good time to potentially reevaluate the division organization, who's in charge, what's going on, is there a council that needs to be formed, and kind of like our I don't know what's the word for it, or a charter of how we run the operation now that there's all these changes coming in. Maybe that needs to just be looked at. I'm just throwing it out there.
Okay. Yeah.
At least thought about.
If there's specific scope that we need to discuss as far as that charter, yeah, let's talk about what elements we want to have contained within there, and I would be in support of trying to flesh something out there, presenting it as maybe right now everything's pretty speculative, but as things finalize and we kind of align to that eventual charter, having that be another like State of the Legion type address where we kind of present that as a leadership group and say, hey, like for folks joining the Red Legion, here's our plans for 1.0, right? Here's what we're on board for, and we can It's not going to be something that one individual is able to do. It's going to require this large scale support.
Yeah.
But
and how would you progress through that if you were interested, et cetera, et cetera?
Now, the other factor I wanted to talk about is the combat and the politics of the lawless systems, right? The way it's going to work is you're going to have those shield credits that control the actual security of those lawless locations. And that's going to change on a weekly basis. Now, I don't think we're the greatest fighting org. I mean, that's not to say... I don't want to discount the work you guys do. I appreciate that. But I know that there are combat-focused mercenary orgs.
Oh yeah, they're crazy.
But I think we need to start considering how we want to become a player in that, because I absolutely see the Pyro system and the Nyx system, the definition of high risk, high reward. I want to be into some of that reward, right? And how do we align ourselves with maybe a larger community that helps make something like that happen?
Absolutely. I think alliances are going to be key, absolutely critical to anything that happens at large scale in Pyro. After that Anzia racing thing that you did, that was basically an alliance level event, and it was pretty sweet. There's a lot of really good people out there. I think there's a lot of good players that we would jive with as an org that we can get connected with.
Yeah. And that's kind of what's nice about being kind of on the industrial side. Like, we're, my whole perspective is, yeah, we're fair, we're easy to get along with, we are inclusive, and forming those alliances with some of the larger network groups, I definitely see like a mega alliance forming to try and control some of those systems on a consistent basis. But of course, there are groups that we're gonna have politics with. I think that's right now, Star Citizen, like, there might be a little bit of politics here and there, but
yeah,
I don't think it's gonna be anything compared to what we are going to be seeing from Pyro, from Nyx, from that power struggle to maintain security in those lawless systems.
I think you'll be critical at that, Red. You're like really good at that networking, communicating with people. So, yeah.
Don't forget the negative thing that comes from alliances too is their problems become our problems.
Yeah.
So they start a war, we're gonna get stuck into it.
It may be that we have to not go for an alliance and just go, okay, this is a mercenary transaction. We pay, like, you're in charge of this bit of Pyro. You've claimed it. You've fought over it. We'll pay you.
Yeah. We'll, as an org, we can pay for access to become part of the alliance there, right?
Well, no, not for part of the alliance, just for access, because we don't want their problems necessarily.
Sorry. I say the alliance because what I see happening is maybe somebody becomes kind of the Lord of Pyro, right? And they have an alliance, and people have to pay a weekly fee, to remain allies. So each org, depending on how many people or whatever, right?
Yep.
That might be how they charge.
I think it's more likely like 5 Lords of Pyro each claiming a planet.
Yeah.
Or a station or something.
So you'd pay your dues, they'd have their security, and we can either bend the knee and pay tribute to whoever owns those, or we could just go in with our own security and say, you know what? I don't think you guys are strong enough to keep us from taking what we need.
Or we can go for the economic victory.
Or if they flesh out the wild jump points type thing enough, we can get explorers on and going for our own routes in and out. They didn't really talk much about that, did they?
We're the warlords of Pyro now. Look at us.
Yeah. All right.
We shall bury you in bauxite.
Right, Red. I do have some light contacts in the military and security forces. I was looking at connecting to potentially a group of people so we could test Task Force Red against other actual military groups.
Oh yeah.
So I do have some contacts in that field.
I was one send button away from challenging Space Tomato and the Garden Intergalactic Initiative to a fleet scale battle. But I think staging up some drills and stuff where we go fleet size battles against other orgs.
We're not ready yet, in my opinion. Once we get through this to phase 3, when we get to phase 3 of our security initiative there, I think we'll be ready. Yeah.
And actually, Pro, to your point, you're the reason that I didn't dig deeper into that.
No, that's good stuff though. We should talk more about that. Yeah, because I have some
So,
contacts developed as well, and so yeah, absolutely.
Awesome. So let's talk about how we organize going forward, because this discussion is good. We can continue to do these type of discussions on a semi-regular basis, but maybe we need to set up some type of forum here in Discord that's kind of behind behind org leadership wall, or I don't want it to be publicly accessible.
Yeah.
But I would like to have members of the org able to come in and be able to voice their opinions as well, and kind of theory craft, because we'll have theory crafting, we'll have some hard fixed items that are going to end up in game soon that maybe we want to start organizing ourselves and come up with that playbook, right? That ground game, our game plan for the months and year leading up to 1.0, maybe years. And then
I think we're in the development phase, the
find
planning
us.
phase. Yeah.
Find us that day zero.
We do need to be
Things that we
flexible
were
at this
talking
point.
that we'll have to talk offline about. So,
Okay.
I mean, ideas that we don't want to like spread out there.
All right. Well, guys, I appreciate it. I think it's been great discussion. We've had some good things brought to light. I'm gonna make sure I go back and review the VOD and understand where people are coming from and some of those ideas. I will say I'm jonesing to get into 4.0 right now, and it's downloaded. So,
Dude, no, but can we just take a second to recognize the most important thing that happened at this meeting?
yeah.
We are still in the same server, and it did not crash.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that helicopter in a while.
I couldn't make it there, so
Wait until he gets in the 4.0. I'm already at 7 crashes.
Okay.
Definitely wasn't perfect. I couldn't even get into a
I think as long as you don't get on 10, you're good.
Yeah. Now here's one problem is I am actually locked in this terminal here.
Well, we can take care of that.
No, the same button that
I
you
got
hit to get
switches
out
for
of a
that.
seat will get you out of that.
But I'm hitting Y to exit seat, right?
We all just pulling guns.
Frag out.
Suddenly this just went from a friendly conversation to, oh shit, there was that actually legit?
That was a grenade.
Yes.
I'm gonna call it. We'll talk to you guys later.
Okay, later.
No more grenades.
He's still attached to it. So.
Yeah, I'm locked in.
Remembered.
All right.
You just go to menu.
Where's the Red Legion Rescue sound
Medic, I'm
bite?
hit.
I think we need that.
Medic, I'm hit. Geraldo's down. Geraldo's back up.
All right.
Thank you.
Tier 3 head injury. Great.
It says I'm going back to Maria
Down to
Pure
the
Heart.
habitation deck.
Did that kill you?
I think it did.
Your buddy is still at Mercury. Wait, no,
Yeah.
there we go.
Oh, there we go.
The king is dead.
What's the
Long
meaning?
live the king.
Wait, whose helmet is this in the side room?
All right.
All right, I'm out. You have a good night.
I think someone's helmet got blown through the vent.
Get out.
Good night.
What the?
Oh,
you still.
Ship got screwed.
I managed to make one jump through, but that's fine.
Screw you guys. I'm taking my toys and going to Pyro.
So,
Did they
just
say you could swim it?
before you guys leave there, it's funny that you'd mentioned up a charter because I've been working on these random things off on the side when I get time. I have a outline of a charter.
Okay.
I will send it to you in Pro.
Yeah, I think to facilitate growth, we're going to need a governing model or
Yeah.
rules and procedures. Yeah.
How does it align to what I've got up on the org public page for the Red Legion, and then also like that's
Okay, so that was the first place I looked at to try to start this thing out. It is I'm not gonna lie, it's very difficult to align like a proper charter with what's on there.
Yeah.
Mostly because it's set up for strictly industrial. So my honest answer to that is that I think that page might need some updating in terms of like including the other things that we have going on within it. If you want, I can look at creating like a rough draft of something that you can feel free to play around with and word up the way you want. That's for you, but
okay.
Yeah,
I'd be good with that. Yeah, keep me informed with it, and obviously I appreciate you guys taking the initiative on these because I don't know if you guys noticed, but my individual times have been a little bit stretched as of recent. So yeah, I'll get loaded in. I'm gonna do 4.0, and then in between crashes and stuff, I'll bounce back and forth to day 2 CitizenCon pictures and some of the other stuff from like my my studio tour that I was able to do. So
Oh, that'd be cool.
yeah. So.
Thanks, Red.
Yeah. While I'm hanging out at the loading screens here, though, I'm gonna go take a quick bio, but I am gonna leave it here because I've been watching some of these visuals just at the main menu, and it looks pretty impressive. So.
Man, even though I've been like at a server error, and I had like 30-some million gigameters, whatever to go, it popped me out and I can't recovered. I'm at the.
So,
it just popped me out.
Red, I'm on a different shard than Viper.
Is
it working good?
Yeah, this one's perfect so far. It's only got 80 people on it. I'm on 130. But what I've noticed is if you start on the Stanton side, Orison has its own server, and then everything else outside of Orison is on a different server. So if you start there, you're going to be pretty stable, at least for getting your ship and getting out of your hangar.
It crashed just before I went to do the jump. It crashed on the other end of the jump, and that's why I came out like at over 2,000 meters per second. And then,
The jump point closed right as I got close to it. That's annoying.
Yeah, it is cool how it opens and closes, but I know this is already crashing again.
So anyone sticking around on live want to do some stuff?
Sure.
Yeah. Whoever's gonna go do some bunkers.
Okay. Do we want to drop down to a different hangar or stay here?
These
I'll try to get logged out.
grenade fragments out of my head. Yeah.
You just got to get a really, really big magnet. That will put your body through a grinder.
Well, yeah, that would work.
Please say pin down which one of these.
Oh, that's not a good sign.
So who has the character that looks like Joker? Or are they not in the chat anymore?
What do you mean looks like Joker?
Has like green hair,
face paint,
white face, skull paint.
It may be letting me come through. Nice.
I think I'm actually gonna head out. I'll catch you all later.
See you.
Stay on stream for a little bit, but head out again. Peace.
Try to bedlog and jump to your server.
So as an org, do we have like a structure list on who is like head of each division and members of each division?
Yes. Yep.
I could maybe repost it in general if you want me.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Let me find it.
You're all being drafted to the Task Force Red.
Well, I just need to know who I need to talk to to
Logistics.
align myself.
What do you want to do?
sent
Definitely
you a party,
industrial,
or a friend.
mining and
Oh,
trade.
yeah. Okay. Yeah. We'll get you fixed up. Let me pull this, and I'll repost it for you.
All right, let's see if I can join you.
Big Country Mags is the head of the mining detachment.
Yeah, and the other thing too is like, I don't know, matters anyways here.
Right.
If you want to be a captain of a ship and you go through all the certifications, you don't have the ship, that's fine. We have plenty of ships.
Right. Red's back. Sorry.
Welcome back.
Are we all meeting there, or is there a ship going?
In Pyro? Or in
in 5.
So I just made it through. Well, I'm halfway through the jump point right now, going from Stanton to Pyro. It's actually working quite well.
Yeah, it's not as hard. What are you flying
And
through?
my lag server, my frame rate just went to crap.
Right.
That's nice.
Are you at the end, or are you...
TG, I just got into. I am not yet.
No, I think your server's just crashed.
Okay. I'm starting in Stanton. What's the closest one? Should I go Area 18 or Lorville? Doesn't matter.
Just choose Orison. That way you'll have a stable place to start.
Okay.
So the last time we played, and I checked it out this time, I just flew around Stanton because the jump point wasn't working to see where the server switchovers were.
Yeah.
And basically on the Stanton side, Orison has its own server, and then everything else has
Okay.
is on a different server.
All right, let's try again. I don't even know where
You're
I'm
loading in.
What does your co-pilot turret do?
Can Roy get a live party invite?
Co-pilot what? Or who, what do?
I'm not sure who's running the live server.
Pro.
One additional call out for org leaders. It is literally your last chance to get one of the coins for the CitizenCon Manchester edition. This is all I have left. These 5. I've got 5 available if you're an org leader and have not ordered yours yet. It's $1 plus shipping, just so that I can have shipping kind of covered. Sunday, I am going to release the remaining coins for $20 each, with shipping. And yeah, then I will have future Red Legion Challenge coins made, but they will be a more generic design that I can do more of, and I'll also do the same, like a commemorative CitizenCon 2955 next year. Same type of setup.
Okay, the org leadership poster is in general.
All right, I gotta see that. Yeah, cool.
A few minutes after exiting the jump point, I crashed the desktop. Let's see if I can.
Oh no.
We're in a server error over here anyhow.
Okay, do I need to get friend invites?
But you have to create a character, so it doesn't really matter for the first launch.
Okay.
It'll throw you wherever it wants to throw you.
Okay. Should I head right to the spaceport, or should I get a quantum drive first?
They're all pretty quick.
Yeah, I think they all go the same speed right now. The only difference is how much fuel it uses.
Just take a larger ship would be.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna take my
Just
Carrack.
Larger ships, yeah, it seemed to be easier to.
Well, should I take? Should I take the Carrack or should I take something else, something special?
Carrack's fine. I took the 890. I mean, it's.
Take
like
Jeb.
I've taken the smaller ones, and they just unless they've changed it, the smaller ones are a lot harder to fly through.
Gotcha.
I just flew a Zeus
Flying
through. It
smaller
wasn't too
ones
bad.
was it a lot easier than the first time?
Yeah, the first time I instantly got thrown out of the tunnel. This time I was able to stay in just fine.
You're just getting a lot of. I'm just watching the chat down there.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, everybody's getting. How fast did you get thrown out of the jump point, Llama?
I'm getting instant crash to desktops now. Something on the Pyro side doesn't like me.
It's.
I made
it. Server error. We've already had 11 server errors.
Short answer is I made it through all the way to the end.
I apparently got invited to a party by William B. Dawes.
Probably someone just saw you.
Approaching next station. If this is your stop,
Yeah, if you
please
go
prepare
into
to
the map, you can scroll out far enough to see the other system.
for passengers. The
Dude,
shuttle
that's
is
dope.
preparing to depart. At Orson Starway Shuttle service, we aim to make getting there half the fun.
So I haven't done any mining yet. We're gonna see. Okay. Man, the post-con crud is terrible. Mrs. Red actually started getting an ear infection on like Saturday during the convention.
Yikes.
Yeah, so we got to go through JFK Airport with like a gate change 2 or 3 times, running up and down the concourse while she was dealing with like a double ear infection and.
Yeah, it had to be rough, especially the pressure differentials.
Oh yeah.
Do you think it's humidity related?
I'm not sure. She just has she's always kind of been a little bit more prone to ear infections and also like nosebleeds, so. I should have my large hanger here, right?
Yeah, you'll have your extra large.
Yeah, Citizen Dex, this is the 4.0 test. They did say we're allowed to stream this one. Oh, nickname, I know.
Yes, they did.
Couple things. That I trust it? Okay.
I think I'm in never-ending crash to desktop
Oof.
It's just because the server is non-stop. Server error. Now this is how the server met. So are you in the same shard there, Red?
I'm in the same shard as Viper.
Yeah, so we're both in 130. I'm sitting on server errors, and you're just trucking along like nothing. It's your server.
Wow.
You on the pyro side, Vibe?
Yep. Yeah, pyro side's rough. There's not even that many people over here.
Hey. It like instantly pulled my vehicle here.
Yeah, it's everything like teleported now. Right now, for all the stuff.
So my goal is I'm gonna load up a medevac. I'm gonna load up a the Pisces rescue, and then I'm gonna take the Carrack, load it through.
I may be recopying my account here shortly. Tell me when server error ends, Vibe, and I'll join then.
It's up right now. Although I think it's gonna crash. Yep, there it goes. I'll let you know when it recovers.
Okay.
I'm trying to crack a hammerhead, and it doesn't seem to be doing anything. Disintegration field. Is there a special trick? Do I have to target it from the gunner's seat?
You don't have to target it. If its shields are still up, that could be a problem. If you're not close enough.
I'm definitely close enough. Just about touching it. And I've already scraped the hole off. I shut it down before starting, so power should be off. Do I need to physically break it apart, like shoot it first?
No, you should be. Oh, you got a fracture. Yeah.
Okay, I'll try that. I'll try shooting it, blowing it up.
There should be a fracture mode that busted apart, right?
Well, it says disintegration field.
Right click.
Yeah, you have to do fracture first. You're good to go on.
Ah.
Hopefully it loads.
There we go. Fracture field.
Apparently, impassable headroom there.
Well, I'm administering the SAT tomorrow, so I have to.
All right, later, teach.
Later.
Gosh.
Good luck.
Okay. Do you support vehicles? This will actually be my first jump into Pyro.
You may or may not make it. It's pretty stable on the stand side. It's crashy on the pyro side.
I just crashed
It
this
seems
stuff
like it's
again.
pyro on all the shards. It looks like it's the D05.
She is. Okay. Do we get access to storage boxes, or would I have had to buy those?
You have to buy them at the station. But I mean, if you actually want a chance to jump, you're probably gonna want to go as quick as possible.
Okay, just loading up the couple things I wanted.
Yep.
Returning subscriber.
Knock
Glory to the Red Legion.
38 months. Thank you so much. I don't know if you're trying to talk or if you're having issues
So that
there.
hammerhead just completely disappeared.
All right.
Isn't the fracture supposed to break it apart and then disintegration sucks it up? Or
Yeah, that should be how it goes, but
oh.
heading back to technical deck. I'm going to load up the hangar door. Pisces parked inside. Come on. Oh, sheesh. None of my elevators are calling. They got rid of the magnetic hangar door up top, right? I may just go without the Pisces. I've got a ground vehicle. Call something close.
I was going to mention too, those javelins have the 6, what do you call them, modular rooms. So they should be good miniature space stations.
Oh, nice.
In their own right.
Yeah, I've got the Bano Merchantmen as well, so.
Yeah, that would pair very well with the javelin.
Oh, come on.
What are these javelins you speak of?
Hydrant, you bastard! Hydrant!
Hey, Janksy. Topo. So we're gonna.
Mama, you might be best to just recopy your account over and choose the start system again. And as long as it's at a pyro, it seems to run just fine.
Yeah, I may very well have to. Giving it one more shot. Just that way they get their fill of crash to desktop reports.
Yeah.
I was gonna try changing regions, but there's no regions to change to.
If you don't join anybody, you should get a new server when you come back. After you recopy your account. But it looks like no one's got some regional chats. I was flipping it over. It's going.
Crashy.
Yep, it's going straight to recovery mode. But it looks like whatever it is, it seems like across all of them it's the same.
something in Pyro that isn't happy.
Okay. Closing the hangar door, heading up to the bridge.
Yeah, I'm on 16 server error recoveries, which is fine. It gives them what they need.
Yeah, all the elevators are not responding.
Yeah, you can try taking the ladder up and then
Your
just
ship elevators?
Yeah.
probably missing.
Yeah, I think people were complaining about that last time with the Carrack.
It's kind of hit or miss in the PTU, 890 carats. It seems like some just weird. It is funny though, once it crashes, you do get a jump. If you get a jump. And it crashes.
How do I toggle into quantum travel mode again? Just B?
Yeah, hold down B for a second or 3.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it takes you.
So looking at that map.
Yeah, 915 meters per second. How long will it take me to travel 104.7 gigameters?
You'll be
So
tired.
it looks like
If you zoom further out, you'll actually go to, you'll see Pyro.
yeah, I found Pyro.
Yeah.
I was just seeing if I could navigate across.
Nope. I did try that though. It's like, could I maybe jump? Do a similar jump? Yeah, wait till you see like the gateway, how it opens and closes.
Yeah, yeah.
There is no like special button you activate. So you
just
line
fly
up,
towards it.
Push, yeah, fly, and then when you see it start to do like where it starts to pull you, just hammer down and go straight into it.
And line up really good right from the beginning because you kind of have to fly through it, and if you're at the wrong angles, you're gonna fly out of it really fast.
And does it spit you out in Pyro but just damaged?
Oh, it'll spit you out on anywhere in stand. And if you cross in the Pyro, it can spit you out anywhere. Like I don't mean like just anywhere. I mean like way below the ecliptic. You could be 150 gigameters away from the nearest planet.
Sheesh.
Where's the altimeter in there? See, I don't see like the little thing I noticed on the 890 doesn't have either. There's no altimeter on the side there.
All right, we're in quantum travel.
17 recoveries.
not mean to do that. All right, what we're doing here, let's go and I'll update some more photos from CitizenCon. So this was me. If you were watching day 2 prior to the panels starting, that was my little 2 minutes of fame. But this was right as Jared was doing his spiel. Halbrick, I forget her name. She was the voice of the ASOP terminals, and then of course expat Brat. So I was explaining the shirt. So I had brought this shirt and had every developer and every other content creator I could find sign it. Okay. And including Disco Lando. But on the one side, quite impressive. So we have, Chris Roberts' signature is right here. There's someone down here that signed it as Chris Roberts, but that was just one of the drunk devs, one of the bar citizens. I've got Disco, Benoit, Thorsten, Brian Chambers, Aaron Roberts, Elfian, Yogi, Elliot, Noble, one of the big racing folks, most of the community team, Tyler, Freya, yeah. So, huge amount of devs, so thanks to everybody that I met there, and some folks that I had people coming up, I didn't even know their names, right? But devs that were doing that. And then on the back side is my content creators. So I've got Hankin, TV Liquid, Radar Ranger, Morphologist, Moist Noodle, Carolinger, Hoskaha, Trigger Switch, Enigmatic, Cat Goddess, Execute Algored, TDL, Britbree, Nubifier, Yo-Yo Meg, Sigillian. Like, too many names. Too many names. So it'll end up getting hung up there. And as you saw, I had it bundled up inside. Actually, I had it bundled up inside a little Ziploc bag so that I didn't have to deal with any excess smudging or anything. Because yeah, that's gonna be a really nice keepsake for myself. I had a request from somebody to scan it full size and like sell it as merch, but I don't know, like I don't think it's gonna scan very well, and at the same time, yeah, it's kind of a unique custom merch thing.
Alright, now I'm on shard 40. There are 8 people on this server, or on this entire shard.
I got pulled out for some reason. So there was that. Of course, the Red Legion flag. That was a big one. Like, in more than one sense of the word, but for the folks that were there from the Red Legion, I did get autographs.
So Red, since there's only 9 people
That's
on
huge.
the entire shard, which means both sides, Stanton and Pyro, if you want to try bed logging, well, send me a friend request.
He's got us right now.
Oh, no, I hear you guys. So you're saying bedlog, I'll bedlog at the Pyro Gateway?
Yeah. Bedlog and send Llama a friend request and join in on me. This shard's only got 9 people on it right now.
Nice.
Looks like they spun up a new shard.
New subscriber. Welcome to the
There,
Red
hold
Legion.
on. Thank you for the new sub.
Oh, that's a pretty cool screen. The load screen.
You looking at the menus?
Yeah, the menus. I never was on it long enough to see that they actually show the jump point and people just shooting through it.
Oh yeah, that is dope. Okay,
see if it'll let me. Just right now, it's saying join.
Okay, bed logging. Let's see.
Might have to recopy too.
Roaming cam setup. Oh yeah. Llama, I see you're offline.
You have to send a new one.
You have
You
to
had to
send me a
recopy
new
it
friend
now.
request. I had to recopy.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to recopy here too. I wasn't able to bed log.
Okay, friend request sent. Inviting to party. Viper, you're already in party or no?
Vipers sent me a party request.
Okay, I just sent you a party request.
Yeah, take his llama. I'm basically recopying my account.
Okay. I'm gonna join you.
No, there's 10 people on this chart.
Yay! So are you on the pyro side?
Viper is, I'm at Orison.
Okay.
I was, but I had
Any concerns if I navigate the jump point here?
just go for it. Nothing ventured, nothing gained.
Only thing I'll tell you is, if you make it all the way through and you come out, be careful because you maintain a very high speed and there's a bunch of asteroids on the other side.
Okay. Somebody with the bonuses, nice. Line up in the pipe. Should I be in quantum travel mode to start?
Yeah, stay in quantum travel mode.
Yeah, you just want to slow down when you get up there, and then line up. So you might cycle back real quick and then put it back into it. But yeah, you need to be in quantum when you get there.
All right. And aim at the marker, or
Just keep, just like biggest thing is like see where the signs are in the middle right there. Just kind of fly straight into there, and then when you push beyond that, you'll see your quantum change to a different graph. And you may have to drift up or drift down, and then just kind of line up and then start pushing into it. Probably want to be that fast though.
Not at 300 meters.
You really will want to kind of once you get past this line here, you want to start slowing down.
170. I see. Oh, the map's going. I've got.
It's closed right now, so just give it a second. It should open. Oh, you're in scan mode too. You got that.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Close.
You'll see it open.
Entry requirements met. Tuning. Okay.
See now starting to open up.
Okay.
Tuning complete, and then go ahead and
Start heading in.
push into it. Yep. It'll grab you when it's ready. There it goes. Just keep pushing into it.
Okay.
You'll see a bright light, and then you're gonna have to start steering.
Okay. Working on it. Working on it.
Yeah, it hasn't quite pulled you yet.
It's like pushing me backwards, maybe.
No, it'll grab you once it's ready. Activating. There you go. See, activate. And just keep.
Okay. Telling me for a minute there. So it just says activate, and I gotta just head in.
Yeah, you should just head in.
Working on it. Any buttons I need to press?
You can try the quantum thing, but I've never had to click anything.
Might be bugged.
It's just kind of weird. Like all of a sudden, it just grabs you. Like you push in.
Yeah.
Yeah. See now, I just push you back. Oh, you switched to shields. All right.
Okay, yeah, I toggled.
See those lines right
Entry
there?
requirements met. Tuning.
Yeah, now just kind of hover there until it does its thing.
Tuning completed. Okay. Oh, there we go. Opening jump point.
New follower. Welcome to the Red Legion.
That's Tim4PC. Thank you for the follow. Entering jump tunnel. All right.
Keep pushing. There. Yeah, now you have to do your thrusters and everything to stay in the middle there. Try to dodge the columns that'll show up.
Hard to tell how much space you're gonna have, right?
Yeah, it's just kind of feeling. You kind of just try to keep it to the middle. If you clip
Don't
those a little
overcorrect.
bit, you'll be okay. But it's worse if you clip the edges.
Holy shit. Okay. Self in here. All right, color shifting.
Yeah, it makes your transition in power.
Bit of a glitch there, maybe.
That's probably where you really made it to Pyro.
Yeah.
The actual
Server authority handoff or something. Okay. Is that the exit?
You'll see, like, it'll get bright, but yeah.
Alright, there we are.
The light. Just be ready to, like, switch your shields on. Yeah, switch your shields on immediately and start breaking. Look how fast you can. Yeah.
Alright, there we go.
There you go. Oh, yeah.
Ooh, blacked out.
Dodge down, dodge down.
Dodge down.
Oof.
Ow. Oh. Freaking wow. Alright, that was dope.
We're up to 45 players now. They're coming in quick now.
Okay. Oh man, yeah, that felt pretty dang cool.
Now you can pretty much just choose like a...
I'm going Pyro 5. Want to see all its moons.
Yep, 5 and 6, or was it 4 and 5, or they're all like pretty cool, especially the water one.
Nice, it'll take us past the star.
Long jump.
91.6.
You don't get them. Yeah, that's right. There's no permanent hangers. That's forgot about that.
That was awesome. My first time through a jump point.
Nice. Yeah, or was it orbitary? There's no personal hangers there. Just a mental note. Yeah, they're different. It's a different hanger type. I guess it's like the self-land, but they're in rough shape. The stations.
Yeah. I should have plenty of quantum fuel. That's right.
Yeah, and if you go to Pyro 4, which is actually a planet that orbits Pyro 5, you'll be pretty impressed with that planet.
Okay, yeah.
It's one planet and a whole bunch of moons. I don't want to give it away, but it's pretty cool.
Yeah, Pyro 5 with its huge amount of moons is really special, right?
Yeah, I think it's 6 moons and 1 planet that orbits it. Or 7 moons and 1 planet.
And they're all named various versions of fire in different languages. I mean, this is going to be the place to base out for a variety of mining ops.
So it's 5 sort of like their Jupiter.
Yeah, more or less. About halfway there now. While we continue. More photo time. Right, so Disco choosing where he's going to sign. I had handed him a couple of patches from the Red Legion. I got the Red Legion, Red Monster SC patches. I've actually got one up on my shoulder here. And then, yeah, the Utah Star Citizens coin. His dad is actually local here, more or less. So, Dad Lando. And yeah, I'm not sure what I was looking at tier 1 versus tier 3 stuff. Base building, I wanted to see what habs they had in their demo. They got hangars, refineries, extractors, junctions, passages. And then yeah, Thorsten, who does a lot of the programming behind the mining gameplay.
Just fully 30k'd.
Oh yeah.
So we're up to 120 people here now.
Oh, interesting. You guys want to see the face of disappointment? So in this photo, we're hanging out, me and Mrs. Red in the VIP lounge, and this was when the Pioneer had come up on panel, and she asked how much I had spent on ships. I told her, and that's her face she made after that. And then yeah, I didn't take many photos during the con like presentations, just because they're gonna broadcast that anyways. And then yeah, Moist Noodle ran onto him just as the convention was closing, and we were on our way out, and there was a little bit of a line starting to form around something, and I peeked over, and it was Chris. So he was doing some meet and greets there right after the convention closed out. So here I'm handing him my my Red Legion and Utah Star Citizens coin. Sorry, not intending to have a Chris Roberts junk shot there, but. So handing him the coins and stuff, we were talking about everything, and yeah, he signed my shirt, and then yeah, Mrs. Red came in and we got a group photo, and this hangs on our family photo like shared album. Afterwards, outside, ran into Herbie from Team Punch Buggy Racing, and then one of the worst burgers I've had in my life. This was a Moxie Hotel. Yeah, did you want to have your office displayed? Did I need to send a party invite? Was that what I heard?
Yeah, it's me.
Okay. Sent. Okay, then it was very windy going up to the offices.
It might try. I'm on the server, not actually on your friends list.
Post-con.
I had to redo the key. Didn't have to read
I would see.
Okay, player count.
Be a somewhat familiar building.
Global doesn't have player count.
Super secret.
Carol Anger was there, part of our tour group. This is inside. They've got Mandy the Vandy. There's an area here with they've got past is like to badge in. We ended up going through the elevators, but Disco Lando was briefing the group, and while we were doing our studio tour, they were very specific. There are specific places in the studio we were allowed to take photos and videos, mainly because people have like personal family pictures and stuff there. It's an office space, right, that people are living and working in. And there was a couple of people working, but mostly, yeah, we had a whole cadre of CIG staff that were corralling the group, making sure we didn't get lost, and also they were watching for phones, because if anybody had their phone out when we were not supposed to, we would be escorted away immediately with no. Holy turd. I missed the approach here. But let's turn it around. Got one that's out a little further here. See a planet right there. A moon. Gotcha. Right there. Just hang out in Vatra's shadow. Briefly. And, I mean, just gigantic, right? Here. No, the elevators were not working on my Carrack. Quite a few moons around here. We didn't get these in the playtest earlier.
Oh, they're putting their servers down in 12 minutes, it says.
What?
Yeah. I think that's what they're saying.
Oh no. Okay, well, I'm gonna just...
Down in 12 minutes,
Yeah.
One of them in.
The all servers, are they gonna just end it? Is that it?
Yeah, it'll just basically kick you the menu when it's so you just push on.
I go to Sears camera. Yeah, I had to take the ladder
One
up.
more run through the gate, if I can make it in the next 12 minutes.
Long jump to make it back there. Let's see what it says. Eight minutes, 34 seconds. Well, nothing venture, nothing gained.
I'm
Yeah.
happy. After 2 days of just constant 30Ks, I've managed to stay on a server long enough to do a, what's this called? Claimer run.
Nice.
Just one hammerhead, a couple small ships, but still.
I just want to get my hangar back. Like, it won't let me get into it.
Won't let you select it from the elevator, or won't let you?
You click it,
get
nothing
it?
happens, and if you fly in and call ATC, nothing happens. I can get hangars anywhere else but my own hangar. I ran into that before. It's usually it is what it is. They say where the I is this year. I know they got the dates. I just never looked in the PTU. See where. I know it's not gonna work, so. So it's either Air 18 or probably more.
Trespassing notice.
Crashed to desktop again.
Oh, that sucks.
Landing gear deployed.
I think that does it for me for PTU tonight.
Yeah. Let's ourselves actually set down somewhere. We'll be able to get the vehicle out. Right here should be good. Should I try and bedlog?
No, because it'll be like we choose next time they call each patch, you have to choose this new location and everything.
Doesn't hurt. You just
Yeah, I mean, if you want to push it to the end, push it to the end, do whatever you do. There's no benefit from bedlog because you'll have to choose a new spawn
Gotcha.
location.
Just listen to your heart. That's what I do.
Hey, Trigger. All right. Okay. Options? Any?
For suicide?
No.
I was gonna say I always like stripping down and just flying out in space.
Oh, this works.
And you have enough time to get out there and just kind of, yeah.
You're now stuck.
I am now stuck.
Did you set your spawn in there or not?
No. Why would I do that?
Backspacing will respawn you inside of a pyro hospital.
Yeah. It's supposed to put you back to your home system, but it will at least, I think, get you back to... What you would have wanted is try to get back up on top there some way. 'Cause there's
Yeah.
actually ladders in the back, and you could have taken that.
Yeah. They got the ladder in the middle here blocked off, right? That's terrible.
Well, they have the, in the very back, I forgot there's actually extra sets of ladders back in the engine compartment, very, very back.
Try and just rapid fire glitch myself through somewhere.
Backspace is gonna be your friend there, Red.
You might at least get to explore one of the pyro stations and put you over there.
Okay.
Oh, they put them at oars.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We'll see if it gets me, Orson.
Doesn't mean anything till he actually spawns in.
Yeah. Meanwhile...
Oh, you're in pyro.
Yeah.
Might actually, is that the pyro gateway puts them at, or is it the,
Probably just one of the stations. Open his Moby and scroll out and see which one he's at.
Gaslight station.
oh wow. That's not even one of the ones you can, choose as a spawn point, so.
Nice.
So you can get a vehicle real quick if you want it to run down.
Yeah.
Still got a couple minutes left.
Party's disbanded. Is that it?
No, that's because I never got the actual one.
Oh,
'Cause you sent it to my
server
dad.
error. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
That may be it.
We're trying to plea bargain with them to get them to keep it up.
Yeah.
But I think you're right.
Okay, well, I'm gonna switch over and just do some more studio tour photos, and then I'm unpacking loot, all my CitizenCon merch and stuff that we ended up with. I actually didn't buy any of the merch there, but like I got coins and stickers and stuff from the attendees, so I might do that for a bit. Therefore, out of there. All right. So yeah, as mentioned, Disco was our tour guide.
Call it a night. I've been at this all day.
Load in live and
Have a good one.
backspace and see if I can get my hanger or not.
So Disco was the tour guide. Again, no phones outside of a very few specific areas. This is the lower floor of their offices. So they have like the 6th, 7th, and 8th floor, I think, or the 7th, 8th, and 9th. They do floor numbers in the UK, all stupid. But yeah, Grimhex themed, their little bar area, some cool lighting, and then a big Grimhex sign. They got some like foosball tables and stuff, and there's you can kind of see it, but there's some like work areas back here. Yep. And then of course selfie opportunities here. Space Cutlet and Moist Noodle got their bros selfie there at Grimhex. Some of the views out to other buildings in the city here. Going up the stairs to the middle floor. Again, this is like kind of working studio space behind here, but they had a Gladius. It's like 6 or 7 feet long. It was crazy with lights coming out of the back. Yeah, really finely detailed. I think this was from Mango Studios or Mango Stone Studios that they do a significant amount of model building for CIG. I did not want to risk taking any souvenirs. I'd like to be invited back. And this is the Bishop conference room. We were all kind of like huddled around these stairs getting the best photos we had. They had a Retaliator there. Again, just the scale of these were awesome. And this was the upper floor, like kind of break room, coffee area. That's a like 8-foot long bangle, and then it's themed as the Voyager bar.
We're on the 9th floor.
And I would say like it's a when you're trying to attract the best game engineers, artists, and stuff, you want to have an area that really highlights that creativity. It's a competitive advantage. So, yes, but yes, the money goes into the large scale models. They've got the trees from Orison with the cool leaves, bar area, and some big like cool screens. So this is their Krugeri, right? And it's got hollowed out what they're showing here. It's actually hollow through the whole center as their flight deck. I've got another couple updates there. Just some additional details here. Yeah, dude. And yeah, the Orison skylines. Beautiful, beautiful environment. So it sounds like so JRDF did a lot of the decor that was in there. Some stalker pretending to be TV Liquid. Yeah, more of the theming here. So this is kind of looking up front. You can kind of see up on the top deck, it's a little more open. And then on the bottom, it is hollow all the way through, and they have a couple of Hornets coming out.
So cool, it goes all the way through. Yeah.
So, just next to that, they had these armor sets. So you got Mark Hamill in his flight suit, various other and like life-sized, really well done. And yeah, a couple of sim pits that were set up. It sounds like the Atmo Esports guys got a little bit of a smaller tour later on, because a lot of their they were kind of stuck with the same time slots that we were doing our tours. The Atmo Esports event was going on, so they didn't have opportunities to do that. But just some of the hardware they're playing with there in the studios. I think these are more for demo purposes And then we got to go actually tour. So in a different building, a kind of shared studios space, is where they've got the only constant setup, so the set for ISC and inside the SC Live. So all the bottles they said was just really old tea. So no actual booze in there. I got to hang out there with all the decor, and I did the thing. So, and then Jared's desk. The other half was like kind of the production side of the studio. So they had a couple of racks with various equipment and hardware. You can kind of see a little bit of the lighting. They did ask us not to take photographs over that direction, like share them, and just because it helps like maintain the illusion, right? It is just a set. You see a little bit there, but they've done a very, very good job producing and making this look as good as it does. So I got to sit in the desk, and then of course taking a photo of the plaque up close. So your board of directors, the Shipwrights Guild, everyone involved there, the operations group and broadcast relations. So, yeah. And then trying to make my way back into the soundstage afterwards. So they had a performance capture stage. It's larger than the one that Andy Serkis owns there in the UK. He was actually pretty jealous of their setup when they got there. When he got in there for a tour. But this is like the stage where they put on like the ping pong suit, and it's got multiple rows of just kind of the metal scaffolding with all of the different performance capture angled cameras coming in.
Channel raid activated.
TV Liquid, what's up? Thanks for the raid. Hey, do you know who this guy is? If you do, let me know. He tagged along a lot. We'll do a quick shout out. Hey, were you able to get your audio issues figured out? I lurked briefly while you were still working on getting that. Yeah, fucking dickhead. Let's do a quick shout out there. Thank you so much, TV Liquid. Appreciate the raid. We were just on the we're gonna get some custom Red Monster animations. Mostly like, ow, I hurt my back, that type. And then to the Atmo Esports event, met Yogi out there, Zero again, who was broadcasting, Ulf Kirshner, one of the community folks as well. The broadcasters were actually just in this booth behind us here, and the bar was over here. They had a nice photo area, and this is what the actual esports arena looked like. So they had some awesome lighting around each of the computers. This was when they were doing their Arena Commander racing. And then from the top deck, what it looked like with the broadcasters on there. They were just outside, and this was kind of in between. They had some reserved seating up here. Of course, the broadcasters doing their thing. And then ran into some of the med runners towards the end there. And John Crew, who the very first thing I said was, I have to give you crap about the Banu Merchantmen. He says, yeah, everyone always does. He had himself some fun drama today. And then Tint there, and another wonderful gentleman from CIG or the community team. I didn't get his, he introduced himself, but So he came up and he was like, hey, I just want to say, I love your mining guides. This is one of the managers at the development studios for the game coming up to me and saying they like my stuff. That was awesome. Pooping While Standing, been part of your Discord for almost 2 years, but I'm playing with one that unfortunately has
Got no personal hanger in this batch.
So Pooping While Standing, I would say we've got events that'll be up on the Discord calendar. But yeah, just any of the open voice hangers. There's a group in the hangar 2 right now that's doing their thing. So and then kind of the shirt I showed off earlier, who I met at CitizenCon.
New follower. Welcome to the Red Legion.
In Limbo 35. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. I look 10 years younger with my cap. I like it. I actually I bought it just outside the Tower of London, and it's one. I've got a brother who's worn kind of those style caps. My grandpa wore one. I've always kind of liked the look, and I felt like it was the right time. Yeah. And then the official signatures, all that, and of course I brought back some Marmite. I think I'm gonna do that on Sunday, or maybe I'll save it for next Friday. We'll see. But I've never had Marmite. I got the Elton John limited edition, so that must mean it's slightly better. And then just by happenstance, got back to the hotel, was hanging out and getting like food and beverages and stuff. And this gentleman comes over and it's like, "Oh yeah, you're Red. I just joined your Discord server." He had actually joined the Utah Star Citizens Discord. He lives like 10 miles away and had never heard of the Utah Star Citizens. And it was his first CitizenCon. He flew over to the UK there to just attend, and ended up just by happenstance, like he had joined that Discord the day previous after seeing it at one of the community booths. And yeah, it just happened into him in the hotel lobby. My final meal here, the teriyaki sticky wings and pizzas. And then final sign off with Trigger, AK625, Sigillian, and Bite-Sized Hobbit. They were streaming in the lobby there. And then Vegan Spaceman, who he's taking a break from streaming, but he was a streamer there as well. And then the little what I was left with, my little stack of stickers at the end. So that was my CitizenCon photo video tour. Go in and cap a couple of the main things that I picked up. So first, I've got like a bunch of merch and swag that people handed. The biggest, let's go for the I think the CitizenCon goodies bag. They have this really cool like luggage tag that is nice. It's solid. It's got a little carabiner clip on it. Bags, always great. It's got the UEE emblems on the bottom there, and then inside, yeah, just some literature. I actually have not had a chance to look through most of this. So here, Star Citizen black box, and you have what I believe is a pin. Pin that on to any gear you're wearing. Back. So that will go on. I've got actually a jumper that I'm going to turn into a flight suit. Just want to make sure it's like the right size, you know. This VKB Sim Crew, the Kosomisa mounts. I'm not sure if this is a sticker. It feels like it might have a sticky back, but it's a nice like rubber. It might be a coaster, so I'll do one of those. Some literature. I balance all this. So one of the posters for the Atmo Esports event. I actually have two of those. It's got a message from looks like Leonie Addison in verse. Some paperwork here. The details about like the Manchester area. Your schedule, merchandise, coupon codes, all that. So that was the majority of what was in there. There are two. Grab them out of the other bag because they got consolidated there. There were two of these boxes. So it's a nice metal folio case. This was from the VIP ticket, so I don't know if the others had the same, but what those look like. So metal tin pops open. Little postcard of the F-7C Mark II Hornet on the one side, and yeah, that's a Chris Roberts signature on those, which is dope. A CitizenCon pen, a little screw-on lid, nice fountain pen. I've got a friend who's a big fountain pen appreciator. I might have him inspect and see how fine a quality it is. It feels solid, substantial, nicely done. It's kind of in there, but yeah, a UEE stamped journal that I think is just like an organizer thing. It's blank pages, lined pages. So probably organize all your crew notes in there. There's that portion. We have, it's all white, but you can kind of, it's the UEE decal. It's a tattoo. That's what it is. So a white UEE tattoo you can put on. What is this one? Okay. Details for 2 other pieces of gear. If I can get them out. So this is the Civilian Defense Force patch from the UEE with iron-on instructions. So kind of a cool like iron-on patch. Yeah. Nicely done. It's got some nice embroidery on the outside to kind of keep everything seamed in together. And then of course the CitizenCon 2954 challenge coin. They've done a fantastic job on these once again. It's in a little case. I'm gonna leave it there because I know I'm gonna break things. So yeah, just dropping those in here and there. I'm gonna store everything back in. So we got 2 of those. I did not get a medical gown box, sadly. That would have been cool. But there were some folks handing those out. It was one of the community booths, I think maybe for the med runners. But that was the official goodie bag. Don't mind me popping the butt up in the air. I got actually an autographed book. Ross Lauren Lindrud, I met at the Friday Night Bar Citizen. He was handing out these books. Danica Starr, on a hunch, enters the Vega star system in the early days of October 2945. She is the result of 1,000 years of journalistic evolution, unswerving and undaunted. Like a shark, she could smell a story light years away. Danica watched in the last hour of October 4th as a dark shadow loomed over the planet Aramis. Soon after the attack on Vega 2 began, cries for help swept across the system. The Vandal rained destruction across the planet, and brave soldiers rallied to stop them, but to no avail. The civilians must escape. Hours before the Second Fleet arrived, a ragtag group of military ships scrambled to aid the evacuation, all while holding off the Vandal long enough to get the civilians out. Before the Second Fleet swooped in, before the military victory, before the politicians feigned interest, and before the great speech. This is the untold story of those crucial hours that have brought us unto war. Yeah, that was pretty cool, and I actually did request a personal signature in there. So, yeah. Oh, who is that guy? You know what? Honestly, I'll tell you who I am. I'm TV Liquid. Also, part of my merch. Thank you, TV Liquid. I put it on my daughter's head, and she loved it. She giggled so hard. It was fantastic. But yes, Liquid. I was looking. Like I said, I've got a workspace at my office where I work at, and I'm gonna take some of my Lego sets in there because somebody's got a Dune Ornithopter, and I've got to show that motherfucker up, right? So when I get my Lego sets repositioned and reorganized between my home studio and the office, the next big one is probably gonna be the DeLorean, like the Back to the Future time machine. So there's that. Trigger, you hanging out? I'm gonna show the Atmo Esports. So I got two
Hydrant, you
posters.
bastard! Hydrant!
Obviously, the Tumbril Cyclone RC. I've got to do that one because that's the Red Legion Rumble, right? So one of the favorites there. And then the other one that I got was the Arrow. So let's get into the little black books. This little black thing has courtesy of Trigger Switch for the Saber Raven Owners Club. And if you guys like last year, he did such a fantastic job. We had lanyards and stuff. Like I've got a whole stack of it's actually under the red hat right now, but I've got a whole stack of awesome like Saber Raven memorabilia. There's patches, there's a lanyard, there were desk mats and everything given out. It was just the best. And of course my desk mat is like covered with other stuff over there. So I have not opened it. I have not seen anybody else's opened, so I'm just like kind of spoiling it. First up is this dope ass pin with a trail on it. I saw pictures of this, but that's awesome. So yeah, you got two pins on there. It's the Saber Raven, our S-Rock logo with a 36 on it, and yeah, really cool looking. Yeah, that's definitely going on something important to show off. Yeah, dude, very well done. It's got looks like a black felt backing, embroidered patch, similar S-Rock 36. The challenge coins. This is not like just a regular. So I have my Red Legion challenge coins that are 1.5 inches. These are like the full 2 inch. So you know, size matters, I guess. But doing it right. So yeah, on the one side, we got a saber going through planetary stuff. On the back side, the logo, speed, style, and stealth. Huzzah! Or it says Huzzah 2954. Cheers. So that's cool. We have another patch. This one similar to the coin design. Saber Raven Owners Club with S-Rock. And then I love it. S-Rock. Attempted Murder. CitizenCon 2954. Yes, there was actually a 4.0 test. I was playing it. It ended about 20 minutes ago. But I did my first jump point traversal. And it was dope. I was recording it native on my gaming PC, and yeah, I'll probably upload that to the YouTube because that was an experience. This like a nice little white. It's hard to tell here, but it's got the silhouette there and S-Rock. So a nice little white sticker. I'm gonna throw that on someplace it'll stick. Yeah, Trigger's got a I want to hide that, but a Mustang Alpha Vindicator giveaway for S-Rock members, and yeah, a Magic the Gathering card for the Aegis Saber Raven. That's actually pretty cool. Nerdy. Flying for 2 water resources. Tap all other creatures on the battlefield. Creatures currently on the battlefield do not untap during your opponent's next turn. 1 and a skull until the start of your next turn. This creature cannot be the target of spells or abilities. Huzzah! They cheered as another join. No, this was not from Squadrons. This was just a custom themed off of.
Subscriber. Glory to the Red Legion.
Echo Bit. Oh my god. Thank you very much. 22 months of amazing red memories. I know, right? And of course, Trigger Switch with his fancy sticker there. My other ride is a Raven. I love it. Yeah, the Saber Raven Owners Club, beautifully done. Postcard style. Just saberraven.com. That's awesome. So I've got two separate wristbands. One's a thicker gray, which is a S-Rock, and the other one is a thinner blue, right? Kind of a black/blue, and a lanyard. Okay. Incorvi, Ellis, Etour, et Astra, which I believe's in my Raven to the stars. So, yeah, that's on the one side. And then S-Rock on the back with the silhouettes. Oh, nice. Yeah, the coins and stuff, I honestly, like, I've got, I had the shirt that I was having everyone sign. I think I was the only one that had that. Oh, on the wings of ravens, we reach the stars together. Okay. So I'm actually in need of a new lanyard for work. So this is coming in just at the right time. I think the only requirement is I have to have a breakaway on the back. So maybe I modify this one. I don't know. I don't want to have to mess with it. That seems risky. Reach the stars together. So that is all just for the Saber Raven Club goodie bag, which was awesome. Yeah, so who else was in the 4.0 test today? What was your experiences? If not, you want to talk about mine? It took me a minute to figure out how to actually get through the jump gate, but it was my first time traversing a jump gate, and I didn't hit any of the walls. I successfully navigated it. I took my Carrick Expedition. I loaded an Ursa Medevac in the hangar, or in the cargo area below, and Pisces Rescue in through the top. And I flew out there, and as we got across into Pyro, and I went to Pyro 5. And mainly because Pyro 5, it's got Pyro 4 that's been captured around its orbit, plus 5 moons. So that kind of mini system in itself is going to be huge. I think there will be a lot of consolidation around there for various types of resources. So folks are looking for a good variety without having to go too far. We'll end up there. And now we're going to get into the rest of the goodie bag, and I apologize if you gave me something that ended up in here and I don't remember what it was or where it came from. I'm gonna do my best. So Frontier Consolidated Racing, Tint was handing these out, and this was fucking brilliant. Okay, so on the one side it's Frontier Consolidated Racing, and on the back it says remove before going fast. Tint, brilliant. I love it. One of my favorites. My wristband there. This was for the office tour. My other wristband I had to cut off because my wrists were too fat. Mine and Mrs. Red's badges. They had if you pre-registered, you got a cool like hollow foil badge. So Red Monster SC and then Mrs. Red Monster. So we'll keep those in our little CitizenCon keepsakes. This is okay. I think this is from Cat Goddess. It might be, but Finley the Stormwall and Pico. But this is a nicely done challenge coin. I don't see any other markings on it. I'm assuming it was Cat Goddess. Because she's always got her Pico the Space Penguin. Pigeon Spaceport. And yeah, they locked in their card. There's early bird access. I think they're working on getting the licensing put together. Take command of your space journey from iconic ship models to exciting upcoming ship-related products. Only available through their official store. We got CitizenCon 2950. Star Citizen Jump Club, a nice like metal credit card style thing. Okay, This 3D printed Drake Vulture keychain, which I am absolutely going to make part of my current keychain stack. Now, I got a couple of stickers from Toby. Eyes on the game for Toby Ghost. I went over to talk to them. They were excited to see me. Some of their partner content creators, so that was pretty cool. TTO community. They were giving out something. I forget what these guys were specializing in, but yeah, business card from that. Some more S-Rock stuff. So we had a couple of people trying to do their own S-Rock merch outside of what Trigger was giving away. So this is, I believe, just a magnet. And we had a sticker here at Saber Raven Owners Club. There may have been stuff that Trigger was just handing out outside the gift packages. So yeah, a nice little like foil sticker. Okay, yeah. There were some that were specific for Saber Raven owners in their gift pack, and some that he was just handing out, I believe. So Carolinger, the retirement lounge, got a sticker or magnet from him, and Carolina, his wife, who also streams. A little Toby Ghost thing. Another little sticker. It's fun. We got a handful of more stickers. CitizenCon. Oh, hey, yeah, there was a 10% off single items. We're gonna pretend like we didn't do that. Nubifier. Yeah, I got a business card from the Nubifier. And then Penguins Plays from the Yacht Club or for Bar Citizen Group. So now, a couple awesome things. Star Citizen New Jersey. Rumple is out there running the New Jersey Bar Citizens meetup group. And I always give them crap because every time CIG is planning a global studio tour, those fuckers in New Jersey always schedule it at the same time. They go to New Jersey instead because they pull like 50, 80, 100 easily. We sometimes struggle to get 20. So, they go where the people are. Okay. I got a Texas Bar Citizen coin. I exchanged my Utah Bar Citizen coins shamelessly to get these, but yeah, Texas Bar Citizen, come and take it. They got a nice like 2-inch challenge coin. I got 2950 CitizenCon Jump Club coin, so that's also pretty dope. Yeah, Bar Citizen. This one is Washington D.C. So they have their Bar Citizen. Yeah, they're currently down. Let me see if there's been any word on. Reload it. Chat. I got in there and played a little bit. See. So yeah, looks like it is down. They'll probably open up for another one once they've had time to ingest. This is wrapped up in plastic, but Quisats, I believe, went and laser engraved the Saber Raven Owners Club kind of coaster style. So with the designs there, it's kind of hard to tell under that. I'm going to leave these on because I'm actually going to take them into work. Use those as my work coasters. We'll just rapid fire through the rest. Because I want to get into some other game time tonight. But one more of the S-Rock pins. I think that was given from Mrs. Red. Or I might be able to pass it along. It was laser engraved. Probably from Quisats as well. A little bit smaller. Speed style stealth. I got a concierge VIP Fidelis Quad Sedimus, 2946 card. You can go back and watch the VOD. I got this. I forget who gave it to me, but it just says, "Doot." What number for the VIP card? It said 2946. I thought that might have been the year, but if it was something else you were talking about, then that's fine. This was from Prax. Praxis, one of the Saber Raven folks. Yeah, he printed out these little 3D printed Copian heads. Okay, we got some early supporter cards. We'll do those in just a second here. Sente Interstellar Solutions. No reward without effort. So it looks like one of the orgs we had met there. So these are early supporter cards for the Squadrons card game. I think I got 2 of these. So this is the Argus UEE Polaris. So it's got a couple of numbers on here. First, on the one side, they've got shields. Shields replenish each round. Hull armor, or shields, armor, and then hull. I think there's 2 stages of hull. I would have to go look up the rules on what each of those mean. But then, like, initiative over here, attack power over here. So based on that, with your initiative order, it does well. It's the Squadrons card game. And then, of course, the Red Mamba. It is a bounty hunting Star Runner. So it has 2 attack power, 3 hull shields, and 5 hull. It attacks for 5 plus 4 with a turret type thing. So this was actually really fun. I got to play against Croncy, learn the rules and stuff. And it sounds like they are trying to get official licensing with CIG. So very great opportunity. Yeah, I got the Commander Tenna and Bobbit produced this 2954 Crux Cup commemorative. Have you seen this Echo Bit of the Gold Dust racetrack there? And I'm gonna pull this one out actually. That is Bobbit and Commander Tenna flew the Saber Ravens. There are Saber Raven racing. Yeah. This was all kind of the swag I got through exchanges and just gifts and stuff at the convention. But that's actually really cool. And it's a nice thick metal, very well done. As far as what I handed out, yeah, I had quite a few. So I was giving out my Red Legion challenge coins. So on the one side, it's got kind of the topographical map. A lot of folks love that design. On the back, it's got the Prime. Yeah, all hail the Prime. CitizenCon 2954, Manchester, UK. And then I had a few that I was exchanging. So this is the Utah Star Citizens coin I designed for my local Star Citizens group. I've got some photos / videos up on Twitter / X that have a little bit better than what this camera does. But yeah, one side is kind of like a sewer grate basically, and the other side has the Delicate Arch, the hoodoos from southern Utah, the mountains that northern Utah are known for, as well as Bygenie Point, one of the space stations up in the air there. My favorite part about the whole thing, though, is the texture. You got like stars up here that it kind of has a cool texture to it. And on the back, you can kind of run your finger through, and it feels good. So I'm gonna load this stuff back in. I'm gonna hit the BRB screen and probably run an ad break as I get things reset on my PC workstation here. And I mean, what are we wanting to get into? PTU? Maybe we'll go into live we were in live chatting with the org leaders at the beginning of stream, just getting things all set up. Theory crafting a little bit behind CitizenCon, some of the exciting things we saw, we were told, kind of working through the future plans of what a large-scale industrial org should expect to be doing and maybe working towards in the 1.0 universe, right? Star Citizen 1.0. So that was our initial discussion. And we had a couple of highlights that we wanted to cover. And I think we did pretty well. A lot of ideas and theory crafting, of course. But yeah, let's go ahead. I'm gonna do just a quick refresher, so I'll be back here in a couple of minutes. A lot of people think this is the end of the game. World's over. It's Eve all over again. Surface mining might be back on the menu. We'll see. We'll see. So I'm gonna hit an ad break and the BRB screen. Back in just a minute as I get reset and probably back into the live servers. We'll see. All right, we're back. We're gonna get ready to go into the live servers. Honestly, I really don't know what we're gonna do today. Kind of wrapping things up for the night, so I don't want to get into something too serious. But man, that was fun. Like first, let me see if I've got it. Videos, captures. Oh, where did it go? That is today. So let's look at the jump point traversal. So I had to as I approached. Entry requirements met. Tuning. Tuning completed. I think I toggled through a couple of times here. Okay. Here we go. So when I had the circular bars around it, once I got that figured out. What's up, Mookins? Hope you guys had some safe travels. Tuning completed. And it opened up. And pulled right in. You gotta navigate your way around, avoiding those columns in the middle. Kind of deceptive as far as how close they are, how far away you might need to get. It was my first time going through a jump point, and it was fantastic. Starts off, it's kind of a blue-white light based on the Stanton system, right? Yeah, it was really, there was like only one point where I kind of had to hang up, and it was just brief, right? And I think that was the official authority.
Channel raid activated.
Trexcapades!
Hydrant, you bastard! Hydrant!
Thanks for the raid there. Quick shout out. I was just showing back the video. This wasn't live, but this was earlier tonight. That's as we transitioned over into the pyro controlled region. Yeah, that was the glitch. I don't know, when I get more opportunities to go through the tunnel, I'll do that. But now I got kind of that yellow-orange of pyro. You have to keep maneuvering through the tunnel and managing those turns. And it starts to open up here. And really bright. And it immediately shoots you out. I'm at over 2,000 meters a second. Basically heading right at the gateway. Right? and trying to go from 2,000 meters a second down to stop. Ended up blacking out as I got out and around there, but holy crap. Yeah, that was some fire speed. And just turning around to see things. Get another look at that jump point. It was pretty low population when I had gone through. So I don't think there was anybody else that was going to come out within the next couple minutes. I'm really excited to go look at the next, the next playtest if I'm going to be able to make it. And the fact is, I've got the download data, so I can actually go spit that into my charts and just. I've had to do some refiguring on locations because we do have pyro and such. That playtest username is from today. The most recent one they just shut down like an hour ago. So, yeah. That's what we have. Let's see. It was open to Avocado. So, I'm Avocado, and they did specify you're able to stream, share videos and photos from that, which was awesome. But yeah, I'm marking that as my first jump point. And it worked really smooth. I went from Orison to the station. Yeah. Orison to the Pyro jump gate station, through the jump gate, out of Pyro, from there to Pyro 5, which was 90 million kilometers. And yeah. About 3 minutes through a jump gate. Seems way too long. You know, I don't know. At first I thought maybe it was a little aggressive, but like yes, you do have to actually dodge the center poles. So you're not like you're not just waiting the whole time passively. You've got to actively maneuver within that jump tunnel. I didn't try stopping inside. Soulbite, I think I joined your server. I don't think there was any speed controls. I didn't play around with that.
I think we just finished our mission that we were doing.
Okay.
Didn't succeed. All enemies didn't spawn, it felt like. But I'll send you party invite if you want. I'm not sure if we're doing anything else or the others are doing anything.
I felt like my first time into the Pyro jump point.
You had to lead.
Sorry. So you guys just finished your mission. Nothing queued up right now?
Not that I'm aware of. The others might be organizing something down in the
other hangar.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I got half a mind to just work on my racing rep.
Yep.
Or we'll see. What don't I have?
You have the new Saber?
The Peregrine?
Racing one?
Yeah, I've got the Saber Peregrine. It's actually my giveaway, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, so you've got its use until then.
Yeah.
How are you liking it?
It's been good. Yeah. I feel like it's still got the imposter syndrome.
What about versus the M50?
I still like the M50 a little bit better, but also the M50's atmospheric handling is completely jacked, so.
A lot of ships are.
Yeah.
A lot of ships just the power, because of the new power management. Like, what was it? I loaded up the Fury MX the other day.
Hydrate, you bastard!
It can't fire its
Hydrate!
missiles. It doesn't have enough power to fire its missiles.
Jeez. Well, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah. The lack of sanity checks. on changes. So the Lawville outskirts track, if you do racing, or one of the others?
You know what? Honestly, I don't know. I'm not sold on
Load
anything
into Arena
specific.
Commander and do it?
I've got half of mine just to do Arena Commander, like combat. Try and run like Gun Rush or one of those. Bounce out of the PU.
It's the Headhunter one running at the moment, I think.
What? Okay, so explain the purposes behind that one.
Not entirely sure myself. I just know that you have glowing skulls for heads in it, and like when you kill someone, it leaves behind their skull, and you have to pick it up, like running through it type thing. Not sure if it activates something or anything besides just points, but I was kind of glad to see that the team tank battle was back up, but they've completely destroyed like tank combat.
Yeah. Well, the tank should handle a lot better though, right?
Nope.
No.
They handle either the same or worse for driving the tank. The turret is even worse in terms of control, and like fine control is non-existent on it, and even if you try not to move it, it'll move.
Yeah. Thanks. Digging the glasses, man.
We can't figure. Yeah, his glasses are fairly good. I want to know, can you toggle them on or off though?
Like on and off of his face, yeah, definitely.
No. But yeah, you also can't seem to zoom anymore in a tank.
Really?
We couldn't figure out any of the controls. They've moved them or screwed with them somehow.
Yeah, that sucks. All right.
Yeah, we were trying it the other night because we had 8 or 10 of us or whatever, and couldn't find anything.
So did I just leave like 50 of you over at the over in the hangar when I had left, or did I like boot you all back out to the ASAPs?
It booted us to the ASOPs.
Gotcha.
Earlier on.
Okay. Oh. So the jump point was awesome.
We saw.
Yeah, looked real good, felt real smooth. It did feel like I needed to put some effort into the navigating, right? So it wasn't just a complete passive loading screen type thing.
And that's meant to be one of the more sort of stable type ones, because it's an official one.
Yeah, yeah. I'm assuming like the transient ones, the temporary jump points,
are going to be a bit interesting.
I could see those being a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, I was asking about sort of whether you could slow down or stop inside, because I'm worried about people taking large ships in and just trying to block them.
Yeah. So I have an admission to make that I would need to go and redo all my joystick bindings because I have not updated them, and that might be Sunday's plan. Just do key binding for days. You guys want to do Arena Commander? We'll do some of their FPS games.
Sure. I'm up for it.
Yeah. Just because it's getting kind of late. I'm still on getting my sleep schedule rearranged, and ooh, they got the spooky interface. Okay, Gun Rush, Team Tank Battle, Kill Collector.
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay, Gun Rush is the 1.5 rec. Okay. Compete in a spooky showdown this day of the Vara and battle against an army of undead skeletons and Kill Collector. Okay.
And you get a coin or something if you beat it.
Okay. Yeah, let's do that. Friends. Party. Okay. Invites heading in. Llama Boy.
Oh yeah.
Sure.
You asked about your carrick and booting us from it earlier. It did mean that we were all still in it. Like, we're still in the comm channel for it.
Oh yeah.
Like, me and Janks are still in it.
Yeah. Eparchy, this is a soul by one of our local folks. Do we need to can we customize our gear, or is it just a standard?
Yeah.
You can.
Roy,
It
you
actually does seem to
join in?
work.
Yeah, can yeah.
Okay. Jada, is Jada coming up?
I'll drag him out.
Jada's offline. So we can customize our FPS?
You can and you should.
Okay.
It's by default you're in like a medium armor or light armor with P4.
Yeah. Okay, P4.
And the Demico sucks.
Okay. I go with my FS9.
Yeah, they seem to have nerfed pretty much all the LMGs. Careful on the LLs. That's the low light, and they're permanently active in this mode.
Yeah.
So you can't see shit with them on.
Under barrel.
You're gonna swap the knife out from med gun.
Oh, can I do a med gun?
Yep, it's a utility slot. Any utility.
Nice. Okay, so you're saying the field recon stuff sucks?
Well, I mean, it's light armor. It's most people prefer a bit heavier. Of course, you'll be slower, but
And it reset my guns. Okay.
That'd be funny if they used a hangar for one of these maps.
Hydrant, you bastard! Hydrant!
the old Aeroview hangar or whatever had multiple levels you could go inside of it because it had like the offices
I remember that.
in the hangar module.
That's when I first started playing.
Yeah, so that would actually work. I'm surprised they haven't made like one of the Orison Towers a map.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be the same for you, but my
up,
secondary
Eparchy?
is always the first weapon out for some reason.
Okay. I think I've got my gear.
So what? An FS9 and a sniper?
Oh, hang on. Yeah. Oh, I guess I only have the one.
Yeah, you can only put it on one. You have to decide.
Okay, should be good. Okay, I'm customized. Are you guys ready?
Good to go.
Okay. So we fight against like skeletons. Like a co-op battle?
Nope.
Free for all.
Other players are skeletons. This is the one I was talking about. Skull collector or whatever.
Yeah, you get points for kills and.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Most points wins.
Alright, let's get it.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Damn, Calamity Black did me dirty.
Well, Red helped and cleaned up Calamity at the same time.
And I stole his two
Skulls.
I do kind of hate being the slow fat guy here.
Yeah. Medium armor was probably better, but it is nice to be a bit tankier. When someone's got a sniper rifle or something, or an LMG across the map. Especially if you duck into cover and heal.
That shotgun.
Got him, Jenks.
Well, you and that guy just neutered Jenks from both sides at the same time.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Where are my freaking...
What the
not getting hit markers?
Yeah. You should have taken him out. Like, you were on target.
Nice.
Ah.
I'm not sure, but in this mode, like, headshots could get bonus damage, by the way. Because the whole skull thing.
Oh, yeah?
I don't know if it's actually the case, but it certainly felt like it when we were playing the other day. Or that could just be you're shooting someone in the head, so... Or bongo.
Oh, Jenks, damn you!
You gotta be very, very quiet when you're hunting lead.
We're hunting wabbits.
Red wabbits?
Love when I die firing my Karna, it just keeps firing after I'm dead.
Don't forget any grenades.
I two-shotted by Fridge with the bullshit.
With the P8 AR.
I got a kill.
Congrats.
Thanks,
You
Roy.
killed Llama Boy.
He's the easiest person here to kill.
With a lumen?
God damn you, Jenks. There was 2 people up those stairs.
4 of you in a line up those stairs.
Okay. Gonna play all the different maps. Okay.
Thirsty Red?
Dude, I'm almost out of water. Do it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
That was fun.
Hey, cat.
Hopefully they'll let you save different loadouts and switch them during a match.
Jenks doing the cleanup. All right. Please leave revenge grenade. Oh.
Did you get the pin out? I mean, that's why you run around with a grenade out with the pin already pulled, right? You're playing with your joysticks, right, Red?
No. Damn it. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Let out.
Oh, did Phantom and I just trade? I think we
Yep,
did.
I picked up both your kills. Dude, I'm picking up skulls like crazy.
Dude, that was like the mess of not hitting the right button ever. I just collected 3 in a row. in that whole fight, nobody was getting them. That's awesome. Stairs.
How do you collect them?
Run over them.
You just run over.
Match over.
Woohoo!
Whoa.
Look at that.
Janks, holy turd, man. 13 kills.
Dude, I'm telling you, I was just finding skulls laying all over the place. Yeah, so it's like 25 points for a kill and then like 500 points to pick up.
Oh
a
yeah.
skull.
This is the wrong map to be wearing heavy armor.
Oh, I just froze.
What's up, Androsa? We're playing the Kill Collector game. Were you in the avocado test? Dude. I just like did an unboxing of all my CitizenCon loot. Have you read the books We Are Legion, We Are Bob, and like the rest of the Bobaverse series? Oh yeah, plans tonight. I got you. Yeah, it's the first time I've been able to. It was going on for a couple hours. We were doing like kind of our org theory crafting. We had like a little conference on the bridge of my Carrick. And yeah, just talk through plans for like base building and station stuff. But then yeah, I traversed a jump point for the first time in my Carrick. It was dope. Ran okay. They shut it down after a couple hours, so it wasn't like huge. Yeah, dude. Hendrosa, I get the feeling that Pyro, that whole shield tech, nullsec space is gonna be crazy. Oh, come on. It was pretty solid. I think what's gonna need to happen is we're gonna have some like mega org alliance to keep things all put together. That was terrible. That was terrible. I think we're gonna have some mega orgs. Charge and entry fees for pyro, Nix. God damn. So yeah, we're definitely like we're trying to figure out our bootstrap plan to go from ground ops up to building a space station, and part of that might actually encompass like leasing spaces on our station for other orgs. Haha. I was not able to get on the previous Evo test, so I can't tell you, like, was it better or worse. I can tell you is it did run pretty smoothly. Successfully traverse. Like, there was a glitch trying to get through the jump point station, but I think that was just mostly I was in the wrong mode. Servers, I'm not sure what, like, I don't think they were doing a big bulk, like, test like they've done in previous.
Mm-hmm. What's the keybind to change the fire rate?
Dude, we just traded. I forget.
B? I think it's B.
It's either B or N, yeah.
Get a quick shout out for Hindrosa.
Someone have a grenade launcher?
If not, I'll grab one if I die. Oh, stolen.
I'd probably be better off using my sticks.
Yeah. Tried to use a bit of that environmental.
Match over.
Oh, lame. All right.
Mr. Sheedak?
Hey guys, I gotta take off. You guys have a good night.
Alright, Roy. I'm playing.
All right. Have a great one.
Have a good night.
supplies.
All right.
Oh, 30K.
30K. All right. Well, that's probably a good point for me to actually bounce out. I want to have like
You 30K in Arena Commander.
yeah.
Did in between matches.
Yeah. Andros, I was showing I ran into you early. It was pre-registration line, I think. We got a quick selfie. All the nerdiness.
Did they move the hotfix to live? Because I don't have a hotfix anymore.
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah.
Exactly.
It's like
Yeah, here we are. The legend himself. Looking dapper as always. So, yep. And yeah, Disco Lando is here. I like that. Did he add that like before the cosplay competition, or like was that from a previous year? That's pretty awesome. I am actually going to be bouncing out. We did the 4.0 test today. We did org theory crafting and some discussions there. Good information about what they dropped on CitizenCon for base building, social tools, space stations. Like holy crap! I will say though, after seeing what they've got planned, what the game's going to look like in the future, it was hard to come back and play this game right now. Because I want all those things today, like yesterday. I want them in game. I want to be able to go, like, put my own hands around it and figure it out. So, yeah, that's kind of the disappointment. And of course, like coming from CitizenCon, yeah, the networking there. Just amazing opportunities, meeting everybody, a lot of those awesome folks that are, really doing the best damn space sim ever, right? And the best damn community around it too. So yeah, the whole purpose behind in-game content, I think, is going to be out there, and I'm a huge fan of it. So yeah, we're gonna go right out. I got a friend in mind, unless somebody else has got some recommendations. But yeah, let's see. We'll be bouncing around. We just got in. Looks like Hellstar Prime is doing racing. We got Papa Juggernaut, who's cruising around, and his recruiting for logistics. Right, Roy? That's awesome. Yeah, we'll go that way. Anyhow. Yeah, I think that's gonna be it. I'll hit that end screen. I'm getting tired, and yeah, post-con cred is real.
New follower.
A little stuffy, a little sniffly. USS Afro Puff. Thank you for the follow there. Appreciate it. So yeah, we'll see you guys back here Sunday morning. We'll do the Sunday morning mining session. It sounds like some of the ground mining is pretty broken right now, so we'll go explore how much of that is broken, and also how to redo all my keybinds, because yeah, I didn't get to do that before CitizenCon, and it's just, I guess, one of those things you're gonna be in for it for a few hours. So yeah. Anyhow, guys, have a great one. Thanks for coming and hanging out with me. Appreciate you experiencing 4.0. My first time to get into one of those, and yeah, catch you guys all on Sunday. And I want to say thank you, USS Afropuff for the new follow, Trexcapades, EchoBit with a new follow, Limbo35, TV Liquid with a huge raid, Mr. Tim for PC with a new follow, Van Holen with a Prime sub, Nanakra with a 38-month resub, LayJ with a follow, Blitz 10-month resub, North Entry for 22-month resub, Guru with the raid coming in early, Nickname, please. A 29-month resub. Cyberbob gift and a community sub. T-Town Scout resubbing for 5th month. Cyberbob resubbing for 27 months. Self Stable Guru with an 18-month resub. Not too bad. So I guess I have a fantastic one. Raiding out with Papa Juggernaut. Assuming, I mean, he's not got him locked out. But that's what I do. Alright, drop some love for Papa Juggernaut, one of the fellow commentators for Anzia Racing events, and a good friend of mine. So, drop some love if you're not already following. He is fantastic. Great people, good content. As always, y'all have a good evening, and I'll see you Sunday morning.